God dang it. Alright, let's see. Are we live now? Do we go live? Are we live? Oh, we're live. Look at that. Hello. Hey, everybody. There's my girl. Hi, my girl. Oh, no Boo Bear Cam. No Boo Bear Cam. Let's see. Hey, Al. Hi, Daniel. Let's see. So, where are we at? We have multiple things going on in the zone here. Washington D.C. is getting a little on the hot side this evening. It has apparently protests. Apparently, a few minutes ago or an hour ago or so, reporters were kicked out of the White House, probably so that they could rush the president into the bunker again. Oh, okay. Sorry. We're working on the mic now. Okay. Can I shut the mic? Can I shut the mic? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. You gotta click down. You gotta click down. Otherwise, the mic's gonna come back up. There. Okay. There. Now do what you're gonna do. All right. Let's see. I got. I have. What do we have here? We have Seattle. I'm behind. The Seattle is behind me. We got Washington D.C. Protesters outside the White House. We have. See, Springfield, Oregon. Looks like they're outside the courthouse there. Sacramento is. I'm not sure what Sacramento's got going on. DC is we want to keep. They've already dropped. Some type of chemical agent onto the DC protesters tonight. I don't know if it was tear gas or what it was, but they used some type of a WMD chemical weapon on the protesters to try and dispense them from the Washington DC, which only brings out more protesters every time. So good plan, guys. I have many videos for you this evening, including the Seattle police chief, the piece of shit Seattle police chief begging for the ability to use pepper spray and tear gas and rubber bullets and flashbang grenades on the citizens she serves. She's begging to be able to brutalize the citizens she serves. Fuck you. I don't even know what her name is. I could care less. She is so fucking gone, you know? And it's not that people don't want her to be the chief. We would like her to be the chief, except for she wants to brutalize our beautiful Seattle citizens. Fuck her, go away, never come back. Go find a different city to live in. You're not going to be welcome here a whole lot longer, chief. In case you don't know it yet, I'm sure as soon as the fucking Rona's done, you're going to find out in a big way. You can count on it. You will not be able to go to a fucking restaurant. You will not be able to go shopping. You're a horrible human being who wants to brutalize the citizens you're supposed to serve. And you want to brutalize them. Why? Because you can. Because you should be able to. Because that's what we've always done in the past. Fuck you, Seattle police chief. Find a different city to live in and make sure it happens soon, because you're not welcome here no more. Oh, and I did publish that video earlier in case anybody wants to see it. But I have it here on my list also. And this is a call-in show, so if anybody wants to call, the number is 805-669-6397. You can call anytime and tell me how afraid you are right now, because I know you're all just trembling in terror, constant terror and fear, right? Don't you want to tell me all your divisive talking points and how you're trembling in fear? Isn't that what you want to make happen when you call me on the phone? Come on, come tell me how afraid you are. Come tell me how you're constantly trembling in fear. Come tell me how you want to divide the people and stand with the police state instead of the people. Come tell me how I'm the one buying into the programming when you're the one spewing fear, 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 fear. Come tell me how I'm the one buying into the programming when you're the one saying divisive, 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 divisive. Just parroting the fucking mainstream media. Just parroting the fucking dictator and cunt. Okay? I don't know what happened to you people, but you used to believe in freedom. You used to believe that censorship was bad. You used to believe that we should take power back from the police. You used to believe that. What the fuck happened to you? Oh, right. It's people that we don't approve of doing it. Is that right? Because you don't have the fucking balls to do it. Somebody else steps up to do it, and then you don't approve of it, and you don't see how that's fucking licking boot. You don't fucking see that? Is that right? Come on! Where are you at? Call now. 805-669-6397. Okay, come on. Tell me how I'm the one. I'm the one buying into the program. Go ahead, tell me. Because we know who's the one that's going to spread the fear. We know who's the one that's going to spread the divisive fucking talking points. And it isn't me. So yeah, somebody's buying into the programming, but it isn't me. For multiple decades, I've been screaming into the camera, don't buy into the fear, don't buy into the fear, don't buy into the fear. You watch, next caller's going to call and go, fear, 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 fear. Which is exactly the same as terrorist, 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 terrorist. In case you don't know. Yeah, I gotta be afraid of little kids. I gotta be afraid of girls in short shorts dancing in the streets. I gotta be afraid. I gotta be afraid. So afraid. I'm so afraid right now. How do you live like that? Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, it's Al from Illinois. How you doing tonight?
I am doing good, Al. How are you doing, bro?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Had a good Father's Day.
Nice.
Had a good weekend.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good.
Excellent. So what did you get breakfast in bed and all that stuff, or just get it?
I'm not a father. No,
Oh.
I went and visited my father-in-law.
Oh, cool.
Which was nice because we hadn't seen him since the lockdown started.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that's good.
Well,
yeah, that's awesome, dude.
He's recovering from pancreatic cancer, so I got to go through the chemo and he had to stay away from him.
Oh, that's horrible. I hope somebody's bringing him cannabis.
Nah, he doesn't want it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, he spent 25 years as a drug cop, so yeah, he doesn't want it.
Stupid. The best thing you can possibly take when you're suffering from cancer, probably the reason that you're suffering from cancer is that you haven't been taking fucking cannabis. But no, I don't want it.
Actually,
yeah, go ahead.
His doctor thinks it was from the 2.5 decades of Prilosec.
Oh. Well, yeah,
because
again,
that Prilosec causes cancer, and
right.
it's people off right now.
And you probably don't need it if you eat the cannabis, so there you go.
Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, it was funny though, because when he first told us about the diagnosis, the first thing out of the doctor's mouth was, "I can write you a prescription for cannabis." He was like, "Oh hell no! If I'm going to do that, I'll grow it myself."
Of course, you grow it yourself, but you still need the prescription. You still need the prescription.
Well, no. The thing is in this state, if you're a legal cannabis user, you can't have a gun.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's in every state, dude. It's a federal law.
I know, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Well, Illinois does that FOID card registration on top of everything else. It's ridiculous. Waste of time and money bureaucracy.
Yeah.
And they can't keep up with all the requests as is.
Yeah.
So, and it's just getting worse. The backlog is just getting horrible because now all the liberals want guns in this state, which I don't have a problem with.
Fuck yeah, everybody should have a gun. I don't want a gun, but anybody who wants a gun should have a gun. Fuck it, I don't care.
That's right. That's right.
It's America, man. It's America. If you want to have a gun, you have the right to have a gun. Shall not be infringed. I ain't about to say anything else.
But yeah, I'm not afraid of everything that's going on as far as the social unrest. I'm really excited.
Yeah, I know you are. I know you are, Al. I know you are. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Fucking Freemason son of a bitch.
Yeah.
They buried his ass yesterday.
Who is that?
Albert Pike there in Washington, D.C.
Oh,
he was a Freemason Confederate who kind of started the KKK with the whole occult bullshit. It all started through the Freemasons. Big surprise. But, yeah, he was one of the big fucking head honchos, wrote a book. Everybody thought it was an expose there in the 19th century. It's still quoted today for the fact that Masons are... How did he put it? What's the exact quote? When Masons practice their craft, deceiving powers with Lucifer run through them or some shit like that. Yeah. He was a real piece of work.
You know, people just... They can't get enough power, whether it's from money or for corruption, you know, policing, or it's fucking Satan. They just go wherever they can go to get power, man.
Yeah, and people who seek power will seek it in those kind of places, and they seek it. I mean, like my father-in-law said, who voted for Trump, by the way, but he's sick of Trump's ass. And
well, who else did he have to vote for? Who else did he have to vote for, right?
330 million Americans, and these are the two fucking idiots we got.
It just makes me want to vomit until I die, dude.
Oh, it's horrible. It's fucking horrible. It just goes to show you, this system needs a change if that's all we got. That's all we got.
If that's the best this country can do, this country is a fucking joke.
Yep, it's a fucking joke. It's a fucking joke. Oh, man. The thing that's crazy is I figured it would have died down, but it's boiling stronger than ever. Every weekend and into the next week, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Well, I think it's because it keeps getting poked in the eye, you know? And it doesn't like that, you know. I mean, again, these are righteous people, righteous protesters. You know, they really believe they're standing on the right side of history, and in my opinion, there is no doubt. I mean, they're fighting for a better world for everybody. But they keep getting called terrorists, and I mean the media is just horrible. The local news media, I'm so fucking pissed at the local news media and the way that they talk about these people, because these are the citizens that they serve, you know, and they're acting like somehow these people are a threat to all of us, and we need to get that out through our fucking super loud microphone. And I hope that all the protesters, which I'm pretty sure they do, recognize how evil even the local news media has become.
Well, the local news medias are getting bought out by megacorps
Sure.
themselves. I mean, look at Sinclair Broadcasting and how many local media stations that they own. And
Clear
we've
Channel,
seen,
Clear Channel, yeah.
uh,
Comcast is buying up everything they can buy. Disney's buying everything they can buy. Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah. But it's my fear is the United States as it is going to fall apart. It's going to be some fucking corporate neo-fascist feudalism. And you're not going to be living in Washington State. You're going to be living in the protectorate of Boeing or some fucked up. Is that Boeing up there? Or is it
there's Boeing. They're Boeing. It's the Boeing state. I wouldn't mind not living in the United States, but I don't want it to be the United Civilization of Boeing. You know, I mean,
well, yeah.
I wouldn't mind if it became.
Already bad enough corpocracy is the way they bought this country out.
If we were to secede and demand Cascadia, that I'm all for. You know, that I am all about.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Hopefully, this will finally. I doubt it, but it's worth a shot to try to get rid of this fucking institutional racism and this fucked up white supremacy once and for all. Well, I'm sick and tired of the apologists. I'm sick and tired of, but it's the war and northern aggression. Read your fucking founding documents. It was built on slavery. It was orchestrated to maintain slavery. And if you can't fucking read the words that the assholes who formed it fucking wrote, and just go fucking behind the woodshed, pop your fucking ass off. You're not needed. You're fucking wasting space.
You know, if somehow the status quo is good with you, there's something seriously wrong. Okay?
It's seriously fucking wrong.
Yeah, if somehow, you want to live in a police state where they're listening to, or they're recording every single conversation you have, every single picture, and then call it the land of the free with your chest stuck all fucking out real proud. Fuck you. Okay? We can do a hell of a lot better, and you would be much happier in China. There is no fucking doubt in my mind whatsoever.
Right.
Okay? You don't like freedom?
China,
go to.
They like that ethno state bullshit. Maybe they should go to fucking Poland or some shit. They've got problems there too. But sorry.
No, I hear you. I can't stand to think that somehow the people, these beautiful people that are going out and standing up to an ultra-violent, heavily armed police state that cannot stand to be questioned. They act as if they're criminals, and they vilify them every which way they can. And it's not just the idiots on YouTube; it's the idiots in the media. It's the police themselves. I see just fucking garbage people everywhere. It's blowing my mind, man. They're just crawling out of the woodwork.
Yeah. But I mean, and there's garbage people on all sides. What the fuck went down in the CHOP or Chaz or whatever the fuck it was?
All right, you want to know what went down there? You want to know? Okay, you want to know what went down there? Two wannabe gangsters fucking shot each other a couple of blocks from the hood. Oh my God, I'm shocked. Okay. Fuck.
It's the same kind of urban violence that happens regardless whether that.
Oh my! Before the fucking COVID, there was fucking shootings in downtown Seattle every goddamn fucking day. And the police don't do shit about it. They don't stop it in any way, shape, or form. They come down and clean up like custodians. Okay? The fucking cops, and now, I mean, every goddamn day before the COVID-19 shooting in downtown, I have people I've never heard of contacting me from around the world saying, what the fuck is going on in Seattle? Okay? And now there's a shooting in 3 weeks' time, and everybody's like, oh my God, 2 fucking wannabe gangsters blocks from the hood shot each other. I'm shocked. I'm so shocked. The only picture they show of the guy, his fucking pants are hanging down below his fucking underwear. I mean, way down below. So give me a fucking break, okay? Yeah, I feel so bad. I feel so bad. Oh my God. We can't have this in
Well, see,
Seattle.
that's the thing. That's the reason why I asked you being there, because the only thing I've heard from the media on both sides is like the right wing media is saying they're going to war with each other. Oh my God, and they can't let anybody in there to help them. And the left wing media is saying it's all far right wingers. And I'm like, it didn't sound like that. It sounded like what I call typical fucking street gang violence.
Yeah.
You know, that shit happens in every urban fucking center in this country every damn day.
And this is, I'm telling you, this place is just a couple of blocks from the hood. Okay, it's literally, there's the central district, and that's always been the hood, and you don't go walking around there after night. Okay, it's just not a place where you go. So, you know, that this happened is fucking unbelievable. You know, they want to go, how, we can't have this in Seattle. You are fucking full of shit. And the fucking chief wants to talk about how there's rapes and murder and all this shit going down, you know. And you know what? You know who's letting it go down? The Seattle police. Not the CHOP, because the Seattle police ain't out there getting the fucking rapists off the street. They ain't out there getting the murderers off the fucking street. They're somewhere fucking where the Krispy Kreme fucking hot light is on. All right? As far as I can tell.
I mean, you know, dude, I mean, you look at their stats of this, the crimes that are reported and the crimes that are solved, they don't do a fucking good job on a good day.
Yeah.
So
yeah, so this is all the fault of the CHOP that there's crime in Seattle. Oh my God, there's crime in Seattle all of a sudden. We can't have this anymore. What the fuck?
Well, I mean, what is there anybody making any suggestions on how to, I don't know, change the fucking way Seattle does business so that you know, people don't have the only opportunity that they have is crime? I mean, I know there's always people, and don't get me wrong, I'm a very big fan of hip-hop culture, and I want to say about 70% of them rappers out there are fucking part of the problem. Glorifying bullshit culture, glorifying, you know, material bullshit, glorifying violence, and it's no different. Rock and roll had some bad apples doing the same fucking shit too, in the heavy metal genre more than anything. But hey, that's actually calmed down since the fucking 80s and early 90s. But yeah, there's a, you know, you glorify the easy money, the easy way, the easy, and it doesn't help that our fucking president is a fucking thug, and he loves the fact that he's a thug.
Well, at least he likes to think.
You're my coffee maker.
At least he likes to think that he's a thug. He likes to act like a thug.
Yeah. The thug is losing his memory, it seems like.
He's not. He's. You know, I mean, how many weeks is he going to talk about Seattle and how he's going to come down there and fix it? You know what? It's been like a month now. He's going to come fix Seattle. You know? Okay. Good plan, Mr. President. You're letting domestic terrorists run wild in Seattle for a month without doing a fucking thing. You're worthless.
We all know they're not fucking domestic terrorists.
They're not. They're fucking Americans, okay? And they're doing the proud American tradition of going into the street and demanding that their representative government hear their voices. Why?
Well,
how could anyone be anything but proud?
I agree. I mean, my fucking the thing that freaks me out is there has been reports of domestic terrorism in the last 3 weeks in this country, and it's fucked up because they're barely reporting it, or if they do, it's buried in the fucking behind the headlines of, you know, the overreaction of CHOP or the fucking Noose at NASCAR, which I don't disbelieve, but I'm not too worked up. I mean,
there's cameras
you're in Lincoln,
everywhere.
goddamn Alabama. They've been doing that for
Right.
fucking
Look,
300 years.
there's fucking cameras everywhere, and whatever's going on, NASCAR is playing some kind of fucking game, because those are $10 million cars with like another $5 million worth of parts and tools around them, and there is fucking cameras every inch of that place. So there's no way they don't know exactly who did that. So NASCAR's fucking around. Let's see the video, NASCAR. What's up?
I've seen the comments on one of the videos, and I have to agree. It's like that Juicy Smollett guy, or whatever the hell Dave Chappelle calls him. It sounds kind of hanky to me, but I don't know.
Well, that guy was a fuck. Look, there's no way Bubba Wallace has anything to do with this. Okay, that Jesse Smollett guy was a seriously fucked up individual. Bubba Wallace is living the dream that every wannabe race car driver wishes that he could someday live. So, right. I don't think that the last thing he ever needs is to fucking play the victim. He's living the fucking dream, man. I bet you he's getting a very, very good salary.
Yeah, well, what cracks me up about NASCAR is, how its roots are firmly in the outlaw tradition of fucking shine running and souping up your car to outrun the coppers, and so, I mean, it just doesn't seem, I don't know, the bowing down to authority streak that I've been seeing out of it lately is just cracking me up. Because that's not how it started. They were very anti-authority.
Yeah. No, NASCAR is trying to be not, they don't, look, everybody wants to make it, they come into the fucking little group, this is all part of the collective now. You're part of the collective. We all have to be on the same page, I think that banning free speech is a very bad thing.
I agree.
And I mean, the video that I posted earlier, the title was, "I've never seen so many Confederate flags in my life." So, obviously it backfired on them.
Yeah, I mean, I saw what was it? Yesterday somebody had rented a big ass fucking plane with a big Confederate banner and was doing circles over the racetrack.
Right.
A lot of that, though, I mean, somebody had said it, and it was one of those kind of things that you tell me not to do it, I'm going to fucking do it anyway just because you told me not to.
Dude, I say this over and over again. Humans don't like being told what to do.
Right. So I think a lot of that show might have been just that.
Yeah, of course. Just don't stop telling me what to do, fuckers. You're not the boss of me.
But for every one of them that was just given the fist to authority, there were people out there who seriously, when you hear the words "War of Northern Aggression," boom, right fucking there. They got told the story from their drunk ass racist granddaddy about how the fucking North's trying to take their damn slaves, and it's like, because he was a racist fuck, and no human should be in slavery. That's why I also have a problem with the 13th Amendment, because they didn't abolish fucking slavery. They made it a government monopoly.
Well, that's what they always wanted anyways.
Yep. Yeah.
Hey, so anyways, I gotta respond to this person in the fucking chat. All these people in the street are not Jesse Smollett. Jesse Smollett is a fucked up individual who in no way, shape, or form could ever for 1 second stand in harm's way. Whether it be pepper spray, flashbang grenades, a baton, a shield, fucking piece of shit cops with a chip on their shoulder who can't stand being challenged. Comply or die. Piece of shit cops. That's what these people are standing up to. Jesse Smollett is nothing but garbage compared to these people. So don't you even begin to fucking compare these people to him. Fucking moron. Sorry, Al. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. No problems. No, like I said, we're seeing the start of something that I was kind of hoping the internet would bring. Every time there is a technological advancement in the way information is passed around and spread around, you get uprisings from the street that can do some profoundly amazing, heck, sometimes horrible fucking thing. I'm not overly concerned about things getting too far in this country, because on both sides there's enough fuck you. You can't tell me what to do. There are more firearms in this country than there are people.
Yeah.
And good luck trying to send in people to take them, because I don't see people passively giving them up in this country.
No, you're not going to. You know, I used to, Barack Obama used to like to say, nobody's coming to take your guns, you know? And you know how he used to respond? And you know why no one's coming to take our guns, Mr. President? Because we fucking have guns. So you want them? Come and try. It ain't going to happen.
No, I honestly don't see it happening at all. The thing I do see happening is groups of people, like-minded people who are heavily armed, are going to try to take and carve up a piece of their. They're going to claim it for safety reasons. We got to protect our families, but yeah, it's not. It gets too out of hand. It's going to get Syria ugly fast. That's my biggest fear. But that being said, I still don't see it even coming close to that. They're already bowing down where it matters, and because if you think what the government does matters anymore, you're fucking dumb and blind. The government's ineffectual. It's a tool of the corporations.
Right.
And the corporations are already backing the getting rid of this fucked up white supremacist system, because it's not good for business.
The fucking representative government represents no one in the working class whatsoever. You know, there is just nobody fighting for the people. It's all about, you know, making room for the people who have money to buy the fucking congressmen and senators, you know. They're all that matters, and that's why there's just more and more laws pushed onto the people instead of those representatives in Congress actually fighting for our freedom.
I can count on one hand how many in my lifetime have fought for fucking freedom.
Yeah.
I mean, or even had a fucking moral high ground to stand on, who actually have principles. I mean, think about it. How many principled politicians have you? Like I said, I can think of 5, and only one of them is still in Congress.
And how many, and like all the rest. Look, it's like, you know, it would be awesome if when a member of Congress said the word freedom, it didn't sound like it completely ironic, you know, or some fucking kind of double speak, you know, freedom, yeah. You know, freedom means, you know, prisons, for-profit prisons, and never-ending wars of choice. You know, that's what freedom is. Fuck you.
Well, and
we can do better.
We do have an amazing founding document with Article 5 that says we can update that a document. We've done it. What, almost 30 times?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, I'm trying to remember. No, ain't that many times. In the high 20s. Anyway, we've done it.
Mm-hmm.
And we can do it again. But what's stopping us from doing it again is this manufactured division that's been beamed into our fucking eyeballs for 40 goddamn years on purpose, because they know if we unified as the great American giant we were, that these assholes couldn't stop it. But they keep us divided over bullshit, and you know, this is what happens.
And we have no power, and all the power, we lose all our power when they keep us divided.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the founding fathers gave us the ability to fucking overthrow this government anytime we chose. Everything we need. You know, and they expected it. There's no doubt in my mind they expected it, because they knew that power would corrupt. and that there'd be more and more hunger for the power and blah blah blah, and so I think they expected us to do this a long time ago, like genuinely overthrow this government, just squash it. No more fucking police state war, never ending wars of choice bullshit, man. We're done with that. And here we are. I mean, it's just going on forever. There is no way these people are ever going to stop the wars. There's no way they're ever going to give up the police state. We must squash this government entirely to its core.
No, I mean, it's getting to that point. They've done nothing other than make corporate Wall Street richer on the backs of everybody else, and the debt that they print is fucking going for generations beyond us if we don't stop it. But if we do stop it, the world's going to call our debt, and we're fucked. It's got to be more than it's got to be a global thing, and of course that causes all sorts of fucking problems with the xenophobes.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm not saying overthrow capitalism, not by any means. I think there's a hybrid systems that can work wonders as we move into a 21st century for real.
Well,
because I'm sick and fucking tired of living in 19th and 20th century fever dreams about how the world should be when it hasn't fucking worked for 50 years.
We just have to have a genuine free market. There's not a free market, and we have to have, we have to end this drug war shit, man. It's just got to go. There's just no more fucking police state. Because if we end the drug war, we cut out like 80% of crime, And I mean, why wouldn't we want our country to have 80% less crime? How does this not make sense to you people? Come on.
Because they want an excuse to over-police.
Because that's what the police want, and I don't know what the people want. I don't know what the people standing with the police want. I can't believe they want that, to be able to over-police, selective over-policing, I guess. Yeah, I hear that.
Just take the 90s television sitcoms, for example. Almost every one of them had somebody in the cast or extended cast was a police officer.
Yeah, sure.
They were the buddy, the brother, the love interest.
Yeah.
They fed us this narrative, and then at the same time, you got to see cops.
Yeah.
Every freaking day of the week on syndication. That poverty porn and bullshit hero worship.
Right. And we've talked about this a lot, about the programming isn't just the news media, it's all this other stuff too, even the entertainment stuff, I mean,
Hollywood's always been that way.
I have such a, the problem that I have with SpongeBob is that there's so many cops and so many scenes where there's people in jail or prison in SpongeBob. And you know why they do that? They do that in order to make it seem like more of a normal thing. That because so many kids now have a parent in fucking jail or prison that they have to fucking put it into the cartoons on a regular basis. It's just disgusting, man.
Yeah.
They don't need to have fucking jail in goddamn SpongeBob, and it's in like dozens of episodes. It's sick.
Well, there's it's programmed, and it's programming from the time you can watch TV to the time that's all you're left can do is sit and watch Fox fucking News and just chew on fallen grapes. But,
just scream at your television.
God damn, these communists!
Right.
I was actually surprised. I have yet to see any of these protesters protesting police brutality and system change. Of all the live feeds you've shown, in this country, I have not seen one hammer and sickle flag. Now, Europe, on these protests, I've seen a lot of hammer and sickle flags. So, just, in actual communist, symbology, ideology, but they actually have communist parties over there. We don't have a left over here. We have a center corporate party, and we have a right corporate party. that likes to play with the fanatics every once in a while for votes. That's all we have. That's not a choice.
No, people seem to, I cannot believe that people buy into this left-right bullshit. There is no liberals. There is no conservatives. It's all the same big government, wars of choice, forever fucking team. They're just talking to different suckers. They're just talking to different suckers who actually buy into the left-right bullshit.
Yep.
I told you this dozens of times.
Yep.
And still you buy into it.
Fuck blue, fuck red, I'm black pilled, and that's where I'm standing, because the system doesn't work. We are enlightened beings. We can govern ourselves. Violent crime in this country has been on a downward slope since the 90s. Even with, we were talking about the gang shootings in every urban, even with the 12, 13, 14 shootings in Chicago every fucking weekend.
Yeah.
And it is every fucking weekend. I see the news from down here. It's bad, but it's in the bad, depressed neighborhoods that were redlined that way 40 fucking years ago.
And it's about territory.
There's
and it's
a
about
reason it's fucking happening.
It's about territory. It's about our share of the black market. And if we just end the drug war, the stuff's gonna go away. It won't go away overnight, but it's gonna go away. I guarantee
you. There's always gonna be somebody running smuggling. There's always gonna be something that you can't have, that somebody can get, that somebody's willing to pay money for. There's always going to be a black market. If we end the drug black market, I know there's always going to be designer drugs and stuff. But here's the deal: if we end the drug black market, nobody's going to be looking for that shit. I mean, it's going to be such a small percentage of people that, there's not really going to be a market for it. So, maybe there's going to be like in the known circles, of this fucking whatever drug, sarsaparilla that nobody ever fucking heard of before, I mean, it's just not really. I'm telling you, if you are able to go and get the drug that you like, which is weed or coke or whatever it is, you're not going to be going to anywhere else except for these legal places, because it's just not. Unless the black market is a better product or cheaper price, which the problem with the corporate legalization of cannabis in this country is. They haven't got rid of the black market because you can still get superior quality bud on the black market if you know the right growers than you do in the dispensary.
Yeah, no, I like the bud my neighbors grow better than the dispensary. I like the bud I grow better than the dispensary. The thing is, again, a bunch of people that I know who have made a good living by being green thumb outlaws for a generation, 20 years, have just given up because they can't make money anymore. So
out there on the West Coast, I know you got a glutton of legal cannabis.
That's the other thing too, is when you say the black market, the cannabis black market has not ended, because in this nation, there's still a fucking dozens and dozens of states that it's illegal. So, I mean, you have to, to do this, you have to actually end the black market, you have to legalize nationwide. And that will end the cannabis, end the cannabis black market pretty much, 99%.
Yeah. No, I agree.
And there shouldn't even be like really cannabis. Honestly, the way I want to see cannabis is I want to see people who grow their own at home able to take it down to the farmer's market and sell it down there just like they would their tomatoes, But the price is not going to be fucking $300 an ounce. I can tell you right now.
No, there's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way that this shit's going to cost more than gold.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, and then that's the problem with prohibition. It creates those products, it gives you that price, and our government's done a good job at exploiting those prices to give themselves cash slush funds to play fucking imperialistic war all over the goddamn globe.
Right.
That's why the drug wars still rage on.
Yeah.
They love the fact that Americans are miserable and need a fix to get away from shit. I'm not talking about cannabis. Cannabis is a medicine. It can be used as a psychological crutch, but most of the people I know who use cannabis on a daily basis are not doing it to smoke themselves retarded and escape reality. They're trying to help whatever is fucking wrong with them, whether it's chronic pain. And you take an opiate for chronic pain, you just get fucking hooked.
Strung out.
And then when they take that pill away from you, you go to the street looking for the fentanyl.
And it's not just that. I mean, cannabis, I mean, there's cannabinoid receptors all throughout our brain, all throughout our body, and the quickest way to get cannabinoids is from cannabis. Okay, so I mean, it's meant to be part of our regular ingesting, whether we're eating it as food or using it as medicine. So we're clear, and then so much more. We can fuel our cars on it. We can build our houses out of it. We can make our clothing out of it. It's just not even. We haven't even begun to explore what can be done with this stuff. And it's taken away from.
China could write a new Declaration of Independence on it. That would be interesting.
I want these people to be able to come together. I want us all to take the power back from the police state. This has nothing to do with George Floyd or Black Lives Matter. I've been telling you guys this for years. Okay?
Yeah.
And now you're more divided apparently than ever. What the fuck? How much more can you buy into the programming?
Yeah, well, I'm really glad, as Will Gold calls it, I live in a hayseed town, because my community has not lost its mind. We had our protests. We said our piece. They're still out. The kids are still out. I mean, they just got rid of their football coach because he's making racially insensitive jokes and actually dropping the N-bomb on black players. But the same thing is he was calling white kids crackers, and he had a couple of insensitive Jewish remarks too that he would say out to the players, and he'd been doing this for fucking years. And this guy, not only is he the head football coach, he's also the assistant principal. Well, the team had enough of it, went to the media and told them everything at the local news station. Yeah. That guy's not even in the principal anymore.
Yeah, well,
he done lost his job over that shit. But these kids are calling this bullshit out for the bullshit that it is.
It's not just that. It's that. That's how the stuff spreads too. That's how it becomes. That people start calling each other racial slurs and stuff is because somebody keeps doing it and it seems and acts like it's funny.
Learned behavior.
Right. So that's the last person you want teaching your kids, man.
Yeah. What's the last person I want disciplining my kids? That's the person, the assistant principal is the person who does all the discipline. And if he's a bigoted ass, he doesn't need to be in that kind of a role, period.
Yeah.
I don't even want him teaching kids.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, we have to, and that's, again, the whole thing is that we can do so much better. And it's not about me. It's about the children, all my life I hear this, why won't anyone think of the children, when it comes to the drug war and shit. Well, look this is what's happening, is your children's lives, your children's futures are being destroyed by a fucking ever-growing police state. And it grows and grows and grows, and it's disgusting. And they can't wait to get their claws, their hooks into your child. There's police in your schools, and they're fucking and they don't care, if your kid has a joint in his pocket. That if they can ruin a kid's life, they're going to. For everything they can make it happen, they're going to make an example out of that kid instead of fucking trying to make sure that they don't do damage to the child. They're going to make an example for all the other children to know how badly we can fuck your world. It's disgusting.
Yeah. No, it is disgusting. And I'm not saying abolish all police because it's not going to happen. And it can't happen. We need to have some sort of civil town watch. You need to have that because there are people who have been taking the easy way. It's not mine. I don't have to work hard for it. I could just run up and take it. So I'm going to. And there is that. And
well, that's that's partially desperation, right? They don't see some kind of they don't see an opportunity. They don't see an opportunity where they're ever going to be able to go and make enough money to buy that. So yeah, they're going to go and run it. But it's also programming. It's programmed into them, and then it's also this mob mentality thing where everybody. I mean, people in this country are pushed to conform. Don't act outside what everybody else is doing, right? So I mean, if everybody else is fucking rioting, I guess we're rioting,
Right. And it's hard for people to get, once you got into that system that they're fucking targeting you as a child to try to get you in. Once you get into that system, into that criminal justice system, you get that fucking permanent record. How hard is it to now then get a job that you can then support yourself, let alone a fucking family on? Nobody will hire you.
Or get a loan to buy a house or anything like that. Go to school. You can't get any loans to go to school. It's just bullshit, dude. I mean, how can you possibly do that to children? How can you take their lives away? And how can you fund a fucking project that does that to children and then call this the land of the free? It's disgusting.
Well, that's part of the propaganda, the land of the free. Whoever told you that's your enemy. It's never been the land of the free. It was not from the day it was fucking thought conceptualized. It has never been the land of the free. They've been free from a fucking king, but never been freed from the landed aristocracy. We just created a new landed aristocracy. And over the 2 centuries of this grand experiment, that landed aristocracy turned into a corporate aristocracy.
Yeah.
And they bought the government out over 100 fucking years ago, and we've been dealing with it ever since.
I don't think it was.
They shoot him dead in Texas.
I don't think it was really a police state as the aristocracy in the beginning.
As much age, the late 1800s, the early 1900s, they used private police forces that literally became federalized police forces to bust unions.
Right. That's what I'm saying. As it became the corporate aristocracy, that's when it became the real police state, I believe.
Correct. The corporate aristocracy took over, and what did they do? They got rid of all of what I would call the medicines from the land, the shit that you and I, or somebody in town, can grow, cultivate, and turn into usable medicine, and that could be sold at a pharmacy, clean, pure, from, there used to be poppy fields in this country. I'm not saying we should go back to that shit. But I'm just saying, we used to be able to produce our own medicine in our communities, and then once they started manipulating compounds and molecules themselves in test tubes and figured out, we don't even need the back-breaking labor anymore. We can just create chemicals that do the same thing, and we're going to create a monopoly on that. And they set up an entire fucking structure in order to do that, using racism to get it done. Fear the brown man smoking the loco weed. Fear the jazz musician trying to get your white daughters pregnant.
Right. Your daughters are going to have one hit of and they're going to get the reefer madness, and then they're going to want to do everything with the black man. It's pretty disgusting. It's all about keeping rich people filthy rich people.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. It's not about anything else. That's what the entire police state is about. That's what the status quo is about. Just rich people, rich and powerful people making more and more money and getting more and more power. And I just know that the people, we could do so much better. Look, if you guys would just stop buying into the divide, into the I'm so afraid of what might happen, and just join with the movement to take our government back, which is what you talk about again and again. Realize, we could all come together and say, you know what, we're not going to vote for a single fucking R or D this election. If we all came together, we could do that. We could all come together and agree, not a single one of them. Just fuck their world completely. And it's not too late to do that. It's not too late to do that. You just want to buy into the division. You just want to buy into the fear. You don't want to make anything new happen. Go ahead, Al.
No, say we had one or two states that threw that went all in third party, and they one state got a green, another state went libertarian, whatever it is. It's close enough this time, and one state flips, and there's not enough votes, electoral college votes, to clinch the presidency. It's in the Constitution. There's a fucking plan for that. It goes to the House of Representatives to vote. You know who's going to win if fucking Pelosi gets to fucking do that. It's going to be Biden.
It doesn't really matter, whether it's Biden or Trump. What matters is that the people come together. Because they're the same fucking thing, dude. Biden and Trump are the same guy.
Yeah, they are. They are. Their foreign policy doesn't differ. Their domestic policy doesn't differ. The only thing that differs is one of them is going to croak before the other.
Maybe.
You know what I mean? They're both old, doddering fucking fools, and they both need to go.
Yeah, again, if this is the best the Democrats can offer, clearly a man whose brain just isn't working correctly. If that's the best that you can offer, there's something seriously wrong with you. And if the best the Republicans can offer is a goddamn carnival barker, there's something fucked up with this country. If these are the best people we can get for the most important job in the world, something seriously wrong.
Yeah, seriously. Everybody's got to get behind their label of their boogeyman, and Antifa is bad, and Trump is bad. No, it's all fucking bad. It's all fucking bad.
Yeah, the Republicans and the Democrats are the reason things are the way they are. Okay? Donald Trump, Barack Obama, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, all the same fucking shit. Okay? All the same fucking garbage. Okay? This entire protest could have been kept from happening by Barack Obama if he had just acted like Black Lives Actually Matter when he came into office and started ending the fucking police state. Instead, Barack Obama did
out of Wall Street, bro.
Barack Obama did everything in his power to militarize the police, the local police departments, more than Dick Cheney's wildest dreams could ever have happened. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, but Cheney and Bush put the policy into place to get it done.
Well, they put
Obama
the department.
They put to ramp up even more because he had this whole thing where if we got rid of all of the illegal immigrants, that these rich kids, these kids who grew up in the freaking suburbs would go cut meat at a fucking processing plant. That's not gonna fucking happen. These fucking lazy ass suburban kids never worked a goddamn day in their life, and they're definitely not gonna be going slaughtering hogs.
Well, I don't want to do that job. That's gross.
It's not a fun job. I've done it.
I like bacon and everything.
I'm not gonna lie.
I like bacon,
but it's not a fun job.
But if I had to gut the fucking pig, I don't think I'd like it near as much.
Well, yeah, I grew up on a dairy farm, and we slaughtered our own pigs for ourselves, and that was never a problem. When you're in a freaking slaughterhouse and you're dealing with that all damn day, and I was in the killing floor, and oh God, yeah I didn't last it long there.
No, that's horrible, dude.
Yeah, screening too close to humans, it's fucked up.
No, I can't imagine. I can't. Yeah, I bet you had lots of nightmares. I couldn't. And that's again, that's the thing. Look, we have to be able to respect each other more. I mean, I'm not here to tell you what you can or can't say. I have no interest in doing that. I don't want to do that. You can say whatever you want, and my YouTube page has proven that again and again, and the call-in show has proven that again and again.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why I still tune in. That's why I support, bro. I like what you're doing here. It's just, it's funny. You can tell when they turn the propaganda up to 12. And it's disheartening to see it all fucking dissolve into just, my side is right, your side is right. Well, I'm going to tell you, just as a human being on this planet, that any side that goes towards an actual egalitarian, meritocratic, a real one, system is good in my book. And a system that does allow the freedoms of speaking your mind in public without fear of censorship from a government. I have the closest thing to censorship from a government I've seen is things like Trump trying to censor Michael Bolton's book and calling it national security. No, Trump, just because one of the people in your cabinet think you're a dumbass and wrote a book about it, it's not national security. You're a dumbass.
Hey, Trump.
There's been a lot of books written about how big of a dumbass Trump is.
Trump looked into the camera and said, "You cannot say that about Israel," and then signed a law. Okay? It's not about fucking John Bolton. It's about all of us. Trump has zero respect for the Constitution and zero respect for any of your rights, no matter what he says about the Second Amendment. He has no respect for that.
Oh, wait a minute. What did he say? Take them first or take them fast? We're talking about the guns, take them fast?
I don't know. I didn't hear it.
I don't know what the hell was it. He said, I can't remember what the fuck that quote was. I've smoked too many bowls today. But yeah, it was, he doesn't have any respect for anybody other than somebody who's got the money to grease his wheels or money for him to grease their wheels. He doesn't give a shit about anybody else. I don't know. I want to say he's an overt racist because I don't think he is. I think he's a classist. He grew up with a silver spoon in his ass, and that's all he cares about is other people who grew up with a silver spoon in their ass. He talks like he cares about the everyday American. It's all fucking rhetoric to get people to buy into it, to show up at his rallies, and to inflate and caress his fragile little ego.
I think you're right. Everything that I've heard is that you can't be around him if you don't kiss his ass 24/7. So.
Yeah. Well, and I've read a couple of books that were written about him, seen documentaries where they've talked to past employees of multiple different races and ethnicities. And none of them have actually come out and said, that Trump ever ran up to him, you stupid son of a bee, whatever, racial slurs or shit. He doesn't do that. He just kind of turns his back on you and sends security to fucking shoo you away if he's got a problem with you. Yeah. But if you do your job, he doesn't give a shit what color you are, just as long as you're working for him. You got to be working for him. He's very fragile about that. He demands loyalty above everything else. Well, damn it. You're running a country where the people who swore loyalty to the founding documents of this country, not loyalty to you or the office. It's to the Constitution. And that doesn't compute with him. He doesn't understand that because he's always been like a mob boss. And it's loyalty to him. He's a thug.
Yeah. Well, the way I understand the loyalty thing when it comes to Donald Trump is that You know, you can't demand respect from a person. Respect is something that you actually have to earn, and that he's not about to worry about earning your respect. So
He
he's
doesn't
going
have to.
he's not, he doesn't have the ability to actually.
No, I think you're right. He doesn't have the ability to.
Yeah.
And he's never had to develop that ability. He's never had to develop. I mean, well, no, he was pretty loyal to a couple of people. The one lawyer buddy of his, oh shit.
But again, loyalty and respect are two different things. See, respect is something that you actually feel inside. Loyalty is like a contract, between criminals. You don't rat on me, I don't rat on you. You know.
Yeah, I guess you're right. And maybe that's one reason why I'm so jaded is because I haven't found a leader in this country who's ever wanted to step up and take that job, who demanded, who got an ounce of respect from me on a personal level. Who's actually won a major party nomination. I'll put it that way, because there have been leaders who've never got up that far. They were eager to laugh. I mean, I respect Dr. Ron Paul. I love what he did for this country and his service for this country, both as a flight surgeon in Vietnam and as a representative in Congress. I love that man has done. But, he's done. It's time for new leadership, and I haven't seen anybody on that side to fill his shoes.
I haven't seen anybody on either side come close to filling his shoes.
The left, if you want to call it the left in the Democratic Party, I saw people like Dennis Kucinich. I saw people like Dick Durbin. Dick Durbin's got some problematic issues where it comes to big agricorp. But when you're in the state that grows a lot of corn and beans, you kind of got to kowtow and play the fucking political game, I guess.
Well,
but at least Dick Durbin had the fucking sense to not send people into Iraq, not to vote to go into Iraq on an illegal war. He didn't get tricked by fucking Bush like Biden did.
And that's the thing about Dennis Kucinich and Ron Paul, is that they both spoke out regularly about the illegal, about the war in Iraq, and how horrible, how horrific it was, and what a waste of our blood and resources, and that it was never going to accomplish anything.
They both called it out for what it was.
Yeah.
This fever dream of imperialism that this fucking military police state wants to impose, so that we can keep that, we can keep iPhones under $1,000, and we can keep the drones in the air, and we can keep, the damn military industrial complex going, the cheap slave labor from factories in foreign countries going. I'm all about, building up other countries and shit, but not at the expense of American workers and innovation. There's no reason why we have to import half the shit we import from around the world, other than the fact that these corporations don't want to pay what Americans consider a living wage. And it's something that they used to do. A lot of people who are pissed off about the kids in the street are people who had those jobs. They didn't have to have college. They could go from high school into the factory, one person in the household, making widgets, whatever the fuck it was, mining whatever the fuck it was out of the ground, and they could afford to send their family, feed their family, clothe their family, house their family, send their kids to college, one fucking income in the house. And they destroyed that so that we could get dollar stores.
Yeah, I can't stand the Walmartization of America. I just, everybody, I hate it. I despise it. This thing where it just, boiling down to, the cheapest possible thing as compared to something of quality. I really, really... I think it's very short-sighted.
Well, we had a lot of quality materials left over after World War II. We had a whole stockpile of aluminum and steel and all of the materials to build the golden age that was the 50s. We had it, and manufactured the raw materials here. We don't, and it's not that we don't have the raw materials. We mine the shit, ship it halfway across the world for them to turn it into steel so that we can fucking buy it back.
Right, rather
And
than...
what sense does that make? It's because the guys at the top can make, 40 cents out of that damn dollar that they spent. Here, a 40-cent profit instead of 20-cent profit.
Right. I agree. Again, we have to have things that are of more value than money on this world, and I don't think that that's where we're at right now, and it's really sad.
That consciousness got killed off a long time ago. It used to be that way. I remember seeing fucking, the little hand-quilted shit in my grandma's house. Money is the root of all that's evil, It's easier for a rich man to get to heaven, it's easier to put a camel through the head of a needle than a rich man getting into heaven and the kingdom of my father, things like that. Those kind of idioms, we don't hold that to be true anymore because we've been programmed out of that. We have a homogenous culture in this country, and it's a consumer culture, and it's disgusting. I reject it outright. I reject over materialistic bullshit. I don't want to keep up with the Joneses. I want to fucking grow my yard long and piss them off.
I got you beat on that one, bud. Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, I do, 90% of my retail shopping at the Goodwill, because there's lots of good stuff there, and awful lot of it is pretty much brand new, and I'm not wearing the same thing everybody else who shops at Walmart or Macy's or whatever else is wearing, because all that shit is duplicated 1,000 times, and you all are wearing the same damn thing. As where I actually have a little bit of style, so
Well, I'm a weirdo. I have specific companies. Like I kind of wear a uniform still in a weird way. I've got a type of jeans, a brand that's made in Maine in the U.S.
Cool.
They're expensive. They're about $65 a pair, but they're made by Americans in an American factory.
Yeah,
My socks that I buy are made in a factory in Brooklyn, New York. My T-shirts come from a factory in Texas and another factory. Other than I do buy support, if you had the Teespring stuff, like some of my YouTube channel stuff, I'll throw in $20, $30, buy a T-shirt of theirs, that kind of thing. I'm a jeans and T-shirt guy.
Yeah.
The hats that I wear are usually made by the same people who make the hats that make hats for our military. Because I fell in love with the quality of the product they make, and I buy it directly from factory in that case.
Yeah.
But
usually when I have to get a hat, I go to the Army Navy surplus. So
Yeah, well, there you go. It's the thing. We don't have any of those around here, unfortunately. There might be a surplus downstate near Scott Air Force Base, but I don't like going down that side of the state. We don't take kindly to your types around here, and it doesn't matter what type you are, they just don't take kindly. Like Skeeter in South Park, he says that to everybody. But they're very insular kind of people down on that side of the state, but I understand why. That's economically depressed like hell, and then it's just like you don't want to go into economically depressed neighborhoods in the city that are full of minorities. You sure in the hell don't want to go into economically depressed places in the country that's full of white people, because it's just as fucking scary.
Yeah, I believe. I try and not go into, seriously economically depressed places. I
don't let the people survive. You do some inhuman shit to try to survive.
No.
And nobody in the greatest, richest country in the world should have to fucking live like that. I don't care what color skin you have. I don't care what crimes you've committed in the past. If you're not still incarcerated, there is no reason why you're not a fucking citizen again.
Like I
There's
like
no
I
reason
keep
why you
saying,
can't vote.
like I keep saying, we can do better than where we're at. That should be so simple for anyone to see, and yet the police
Yeah.
refuse to admit there's a problem. The you know, the upper echelons refuse to admit there's a problem. Oh, we're gonna put a new paint
They're not
job.
having a problem.
We're gonna put a new paint
They're not
job
having a
on the
problem.
police state, and you guys are gonna love it. And we're gonna color it pink. We're gonna color the police state pink, and you guys will think it's the greatest shit ever.
Right. Because, in fact, that police state saves their ass every time, and they don't have a problem. They're not going hungry. They're making bigger profits than ever.
Status quo works really well for those guys at the top.
No, yeah. Yeah, well, there's throughout all the way back into ancient history, and they do it too much, the peasants will burn down that fucking shining hill. And then civilization disappears from that area for a few hundred years, and then it's brought back. And it's a horrible cycle, but yet have not learned the lessons. Our founding fathers saw that shit. They saw what came out of the classic world. It's because of the Age of Enlightenment, which caused global revolution throughout the West. I mean, we had the Spanish revolutions in South and Central America because of it. We had our revolution, the French Revolution, which spurred off the Haitian Revolution. I mean, that when people are able to share ideas and information in a new and faster way than was done before, this shit happens. It always happens, and it always happens on the street level first. That's where it starts. Because the guys at the top are always too damn comfortable, and they never want to give a fucking inch. And so when push comes to shove, the mob rises up, burns down fucking Rome, and it's got to be rebuilt. And, you know, they put stopgaps in their constitution so that this didn't happen. Jefferson talked about he wished every generation would come and rise up and feed the tree of liberty with the blood of tyrants.
Which is what I keep saying is, you know, I think the founding fathers really expected a revolution way before this.
Well, in some aspects, the Civil War was.
Yeah.
In some aspects, the Civil War was.
I think it was. I agree.
It was just, in my opinion, and in the broad spectrum of things, to me, if you are telling me that you think you are superior over over another person because of color of skin, the name of a god, or just the fact of my technology is better than yours, so by divine right it's mine, or some fucking dude in a dress told me it was okay. You know, that kind of bullshit doesn't fly anymore. This is the internet. This is the digital age. We know better. We fucking know better. Okay? We are this mass of people that are human fucking beings are all human beings. It doesn't matter what color skin you have. It doesn't matter who your sky daddy is. It doesn't matter if you don't have a sky daddy. It doesn't matter what gang symbol is flying in your embassies. It doesn't fucking matter. We are all people, and we all have fucking human rights given to us just because we draw fucking breath. And it can't be taken away.
Well, I think that they're like birthrights. I don't think it's really given to us. I think it's just we recognize these truths to be self-evident, you know?
Self-evident.
Yeah.
And that these rights are inalienable.
Yeah. You know, this is like your birthright, being born top of the food chain on this planet. You know, you have the right to live your life the way you choose. You know, and second, no one's ever going to take that right from you unwillingly.
Yeah, I mean, but then you got gang violence.
Well, you got all kinds of violence. You got
away with whatever they want because there's enough of them.
You got police violence. You got you got all kinds of violence. So, I mean, that's the society that's one of the big giant problems with the society is it's just too acceptable of all the violence going on. You know, that we act like somehow, you know, but it's like, oh, we're all surprised by it, but it's such an overwhelming part of like the entertainment industry. You know, I mean, these kids, you know, from the time they're 5 years old, know every fucking gun that a fucking Marine Ranger knows, you know, and they're like, and they know what they do, and they know which ones they want to kill people with. It's fucking mind-boggling, dude. You know, and that's acceptable, but sex is obscene.
No more. That goes to some old Bronze Age bullshit. Uh, but yeah, and that's another problem. Is there's too many people holding on to the fucking far past, looking at it through a modern lens instead of looking at it through first-hand accounts and interpretations and misinterpretations and like, oh, don't watch a fucking movie, read a book.
Go out in the street, go out and live your life. I mean, you know.
Well, right, and yes, learn from your experiences. Don't disbelieve what you're seeing with your own eyes just because somebody said, "Oh, don't let other people tell you what you're experiencing when you're experiencing it." And I'm seeing a lot of that too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of people. Look, there's again this programming, this never-ending programming, and it's like it's almost like they flip a switch and you just fall right into it. Like, oh, well, we know our position, and it's because it's been told to us over and over again. You know, I mean, somebody who's telling you your position is not somebody that you really want to trust. You know, look, we can come together. We can come together, and we have all the power. Okay, when you see people who are trying to divide us, recognize that. You can see it instantly. You can hear it instantly, especially if you're trying to focus on recognizing that and understand all of those people are on the same side. There's no left, right. That's just a fucking giant lie, man. You know, I mean, you might be left, you might be right, but the people on television, they're not. The people in Congress, they're not. They're not left, right. They're just pretending. It's theater.
They're pandering.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly correct. That's the perfect word. They're pandering to suckers.
They're professional panders. That's how they got there for 30, 40 fucking years. They pander. They pander and pose, and the entire time they're just getting fucking cash from the corporations to vote how they want. Who gives a fuck about they're getting so brave and brazen, you know, that they're saying, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't a primary season. You know, it's stupid shit. They're just saying it out loud.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's no different than what Romney said at the damn, one of his fundraisers when he was running against Obama. You know, oh, I don't work for them people. I only work, you know what I mean? It's just like, what? So, I mean, just like that there's more cameras, we're actually seeing more police violence because people are filming it. We're also seeing more corruption because people are filming it and people are leaking it. And, you know, in 20 years from now, if America is still here as America and we're looking through the Trump era files, we're going to find out a whole bunch of shit this fucker was pulling. Then, like I said, if we survive that long, because if we keep our fucking imperialistic bullshit up, and we keep ramping it up too, because if we keep that shit up, we're going to piss off enough people that they're going to fucking create some weird axis of evil. But
blowback is a real thing.
They're not going to be called the axis of evil.
Blowback is a real thing, okay? And we have it coming from every fucking direction. And there is no reason that the United States should spend its blood and its treasure to be the policemen of the world. Okay? I don't like it. I don't like fucking, you know, we're having a problem with policemen in our own fucking country. The last thing we need is to be doing it around the fucking world. You know?
Well, they got to keep us in check so that we don't question the imperial shit going on. They keep us dumb, keep us confused, keep us at each other's throat.
Right.
Just like they've been doing that for decades when it comes to foreign policy. They're now doing it for domestic policy.
Right.
And you see what happens. People get pissed off. They, you know, these kids aren't religious. They don't understand. To them, religion, the truth is their religion. And when they see the shit that they see every day, and they read the shit that they read on the internet, and they see the division that's going on, they're done. They're done getting their skull cracked in by a boot. They're done with a fucking government that's gonna fucking just enslave them and their progeny for generations in debt. They're done.
Religion's part of the problem. Religion is another one of those things that's used to divide the people. Divide and conquer. Divide and conquer.
Control the people.
Yeah, that too. The sheep. They need to be shepherded.
You know, and it's crazy. The first thing you get taught your first year of seminary school, and I've talked to a bunch of people who have gone through, and they're ordained ministers. They've gone through seminary. First thing they teach you in seminary school in that first year is that the Bible is allegory.
There you go.
But, you know, the firebrand preachers don't preach that. They preach it as literalism, and it fucking confuses people. Teaches them some bad shit, and you can justify everything bad with that book. And you can justify everything good with that book. It was written that way on purpose.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, it's a nice read, but I don't think it's anything to live your life around. You know, look, things are much simpler than, you know, look, this shit with religion, okay? All these religions are against God. It doesn't matter which one. I see every single one as to take power away from the people, you know? If there is a creator God, the creator God gave you all the power. You're the superhero on this planet. You're the one who can make anything happen that you can imagine. That's the power given to you by the creator God. And the religions say, oh no, you can't do that. Oh no, you can't do that. Oh no, you can't do that. How is that being respectful to God, to this creator God that they claim is all powerful? You know, I mean, all religions are about is taking away the power that God actually gave you. That's the only thing religion is.
It's an unneeded hierarchy for control.
Yeah.
Always has been, and it's still being used that way. Sometimes it's being used more insidious. Not only is it used for control, but it's used to fleece their flock out of their riches.
Well, even worse than that,
even
worse than that, it's used to start wars. You know.
Right? Oh, yeah. Well, that's part of xenophobia. You look different. You sound different. You eat different foods. You worship different sky daddies. When in all reality, they're the same sky daddies. They just give them different fucking names. You know, it's all rooted in astrotheology, and a lot of people don't even see that because they take it literally, and it's ridiculous. But yeah, I don't want to talk about it. It's giving me a headache. It's time for a dab.
All right, Al. Hey, it's good to hear from you, man. I'm glad that things are going okay where you are.
Oh yeah, things are going great here. There's one thing that's concerned me is when I went down to go visit my dad, or my father-in-law, wife's dad. There was one interesting thing I'd like to share, and it could just be overreaction, but you know, going down there, it's a pretty rural drive, and there's a lot of guys out there who have beef herds, or have in the past, you know, personal beef herds. This spring, or this summer, I guess now, we drive down there, and been down there all spring. Every one of those pastures that had small beef herds, they're empty. There are no beef cattle on them.
Huh.
Not only are there no beef cattle, they're cutting them, the pastures, and baling them. And the people around here don't bale forage like that.
Yeah.
You see that a lot in dairy country, because obviously that's what you got. You know, you're feeding your 300-400 head of cattle. But, you know, a lot of these small-time farmers and ranchers down here who have 40 acres in the pasture with their 30-40 head of beef cattle, they don't have their 30-40 head of beef cattle anymore, and their pasture lands they're baling up and selling as forage. I'm not sure who's buying it, but I thought that was odd because in the decade and a half I've lived in this area, they've always had those little beef herds, you know.
Yeah.
I'm sure somebody gets old and dies and their land goes to someone else, you know. Maybe the next person doesn't put beef on there. But yeah, just an odd observation that I noticed, and it kind of threw me off a little bit, because that's, like I said, that's something that I haven't seen in a decade and a half here.
Yeah, no, that does
sound. I
sound.
don't know exactly what that means or why that is, but I do know that in this area, farmer suicides are through the roof.
Huh. That's so sad.
It is sad. And they're through the roof because they've foreclosed or they've mortgaged everything off to pay for the new tractor or to pay for the seed. And we've had some pretty shitty growing seasons around here with too much water at the wrong time, not enough water at the right time. It's just been odd in the last decade, and it's put a lot of, and of course, the global market, when you're only growing soybeans for China and corn for ethanol, that's not a good sign.
No.
But, yeah. Anyway, I just thought I'd share that with everybody.
Yeah, Al, it's very
interesting. There's something hinky going on with that, and there was enough of those disappeared beef herds that I was like, the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
Because this is the time of year where you see a bunch of baby calves, and that's what I was looking for, is a bunch of baby calves out there. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. And I don't know what the fuck's going on. And that I thought was strange. And actually, the biggest reason I meant to call was to share that little tidbit, because it was just an interesting observation I thought should be shared. I don't know the reasons why, but take it as it is. But that's what I saw and observed, and it alarmed me. So there's that.
I would think that you're not the only one. I would think anybody who saw that is probably going, something's not right. Even if they didn't know what it was that wasn't right or missing, they're like, something's not right. What's not right? You know what I mean? It kind of bothered them in the back of their head. So, that's concerning for sure.
And they've got this big show on all the screens, and they've got us all wrapped up in that. What are they fucking doing, in plain daylight, because we're all distracted? That's all I'm saying.
I hear you.
But you all have a good one. I'm going to hit this bowl. Looks like you're ready to heat up that.
I'm ready. I'm so ready.
Right. You have a good evening.
All right, Al, good to hear from you.
All right, bye.
Bye. That's our buddy Al. I think he's from Illinois. I am about ready for a bong hit here pretty soon. Let's see. It looks like there's a lot of people in Washington, D.C. Again, I posted a video this afternoon. All the journalists were kicked out of the White House. This protest is going on around the White House. Probably they kicked the journalist out of the White House so that they could move the president to the bunker without anybody getting wind of it, right? Because the president got to be safe, got to go to the bunker. Little bunker boy got to go to the bunker. And we don't want any journalists reporting on it this time. I'm not going to be called bunker boy for another month. That right, bunker boy? So there's a lot of people. It wasn't quite this many when it started earlier, when they tear gassed the protesters outside the White House, and now it appears there are quite a few more. So good on you, DC. Glad to hear it, guys. Hello, caller.
Hello, Michael. How are you doing this evening?
I am good. How are you?
Good. Joe from Pennsylvania here.
Hey, Joe. It's nice to hear from you.
Good to talk to you too, Mike. Reading the headline here on your video, and what's this about a Noose? Is that the whole Bubba thing?
No, I was walking the dogs today, and we walk really close to cars because I taught the dogs not to walk on the street side, so they'll have a tendency to walk really close to the neighbor's yards, or actually in the neighbor's yards when the cars are parked on the street. So I have a tendency to walk very close to the neighbor's cars. And I actually saw a noose for the first time hanging from the rearview mirror of one of my neighbor's cars. And since it was being talked about in the NASCAR thing, I thought it would make a good title.
Okay, so you don't think it's a hate crime or anything like that?
I don't think it's a hate crime.
Okay. No, I was just curious. It just seemed like a very.
I think it, being hung in the in the NASCAR stall of Bubba Wallace, it might be considered a hate crime.
Possibly, yeah.
Because it's definitely about spreading hate and fear and terrorizing, you know.
Well, that was one of the reasons I wanted to call, actually, is because I really don't think that racism is that much more prevalent in America now than it was 50 years ago. I think it's being hyped up more by the media.
Right, but 50 years ago, you know, there was KKK and cross burnings and such, and now, you know, it's you're saying it's not any worse than it was 50 years ago. Well, you know,
I think we're a lot more tolerant now. I don't think that that it's nearly as prevalent as it once was. I just think the media is hyping it up because they need, well, now in the internet age, they need clicks online because they have to compete with the people like yourself on the internet.
Well,
so they're trying to hype up the fear and the outrage and what have you.
Right. Again, the media just plays different sides. They're the same thing. They just play the different sides of the game. You know, you take that side, we'll take this side, and we'll.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, you take that. You know, you take the liberal side. We'll take the conservative side, and we'll own these bitches forever.
Well, I think they're just hyping it up. I don't even think it's a political thing so much. I think they're just hyping it up for views. I think they're trying to foment discord.
Right, that's what they do. That's what they do.
Yeah.
That's what they've done all along.
This whole race baiting nonsense with CNN, Fox News, Black Lives Matter, whatever political advocacy organization is trying to foment racial division, that's the reason they're doing it. And, you know, in the last 10 years, I've never seen any more, you know, symbolism. You know, they were talking about the stars and bars at NASCAR today. They're talking about the noose on Bubba's car, the alleged noose on Bubba's car. It seems to be very contrived, the whole situation.
Well, you know, they have to have video of it. There is just not possible that they don't have video of the noose being whatever happened there. And I want to see the video. Where the fuck is the video? It's not possible that you don't have video. It's not possible that you haven't found the video yet. It's not possible that everybody involved hasn't seen the video. Where's the goddamn video? And why is no one talking about it?
Yeah, they would have to have something. Somebody, it doesn't even matter if it's inside the garage. You would have multiple video feeds.
Yeah. No, there would definitely be cameras inside the garage. It's a fucking $10 million car with $10 million worth of parts scattered all around it, dude. You know.
Well, the entire venue. It's not just inside the garage. The whole venue. You would have you'd be able to see
every step, any wind takes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's you know, that's why I get irritated when I just see all this this racial nonsense, because that's really what I think it is. I think it's just playing it up, and I think it needs to be called out a little more often. The media foments all this garbage.
It's too easy. It's way too early to call this thing that happened in Talladega, you know, some kind of a false thing. You know what I mean? We don't know.
I'm not saying that at all.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that there needs to be a little more vetting involved, and the way the media presents it.
Right.
It's like, oh, look, this happened today, and now there's, you know, more racial division, and the vast majority of normal people who go about their daily lives, and they come into contact with all sorts of people from all, you know, various backgrounds. Cultural, racial, ethnic, class, and nobody on a normal plane of existence really, you know, gets all crazy about this shit. It's just the media that gets crazy about it, and the weird fringe people too.
It's what they do, Joe. This is what they do. They divide, and that's what I keep saying. You know, they spread fear, right? They spread fear, and they divide. And I mean, it's so obvious, and that's why I keep saying, how can you be buying into this all of a sudden? The fear, the division. So when you've watched it happen for you know, and now it's like more than ever, you know, the news is, I don't know, you know, doing what they're supposed. How can you trust these people now when you've known all along that they've been lying to you about everything, and it's always been about spreading fear and being divisive? So.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Yeah. I mean, they lied to us about 9/11. And I'm not talking conspiratorial. I'm just saying they lied to us about the Patriot Act after 9/11.
They lied to us about Iraq. They lied to us for
lied to us about COVID.
How many generations have they lied to us about marijuana not having any medicinal qualities? You know?
Sure.
I mean,
no, perpetuating fear and paranoia. Yes,
right. And not only that, keeping a safe medicine that actually works away from sick people who need it desperately. That's how disgustingly evil those people are that are dividing us and spreading the fear. So we're clear.
And that's debatable too, but even still, I'm one of those people. I've got no issue with marijuana. I think it should be 100% legalized, regardless of whatever perceived medical benefits it has. It doesn't hurt anybody. And because it doesn't hurt anybody, I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be treated any more than any other plant that you grow in your garden.
Right, and for years and for generations, they've screamed about reefer madness and psychosis, and all kinds of bullshit, knowing that it was lies, you know, just spreading fear and division again and again. You know, I mean, this is who they are. Understand and recognize the real enemy, and it's not one side or the other.
Agreed. No, I'm not coming at this from a partisan perspective at all. I never bought into that shit in the last 20 years. Everybody's on the same page when it comes down to how they're going to make money and dupe everybody.
Yeah.
And they all do it. I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. The only people who benefit are the pharmaceutical industries and the people that they pay off. So, I don't care about Republican or Democrat or any of that shit. But yeah, so, and they lied to us about COVID on top of it too. You know, how many times have they contradicted themselves in the last 6 months between the CDC, the World Health Organization, fucking Anthony Fauci, Deborah Birx, who you never even see on the news anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all these so-called experts have a degree, and they've been completely shot down once all the facts came out. So it's another example of, fear, division, trying to get people to be submissive under this, like I said, contrived fear-mongering bullshit.
Yeah. It's to divide, because they have to keep us divided, otherwise they don't get to exist anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So now I got to bring up this point, Michael, because last time we talked, it got old. You might want to take a dab. I don't know where this is going to go. But so has your opinion changed at all on the brave, beautiful, proud, peaceful armed insurrectionists and the Chaz or CHOP or whatever they're calling it now?
Because why would it change?
Well, because now they're having acts of violence and.
Oh, okay. Because someone got shot. You mean?
Aren't showing up.
Well, the people who got shot were wannabe gangsters. Two of them, both considered gang members. They shot each other, and literally were blocks from the hood. And you can call that racist or whatever, but no, I'm not saying you. I mean, people keep saying I'm being racist, but it's not true. Literally, I've called that area, blocks, just 3 blocks away is the hood from that area, and you don't go there after dark. Okay, it's just not safe. So let's see. 2 gangbangers shot each other blocks from the hood. Wow, I am fucking shocked. Aren't you shocked, Joe? I'm fucking shocked, man.
I'm not shocked at all. But I guess my whole point is that if you're going to have people shooting each other, it's not exactly as safe as it was originally presented to be.
Well, I tell you what, before the COVID-19 got started, There was shootings every fucking day in downtown Seattle. I was having people call me that I've never met before and say, what the fuck is happening in Seattle, Joe? Because there was shootings constantly in this area. So,
but they're not in Seattle anymore. They have their own autonomous area that was supposed to be this utopian.
Right, but again, there's shooting after shooting after shooting. I have a video here that the title is Gunfire Rings Out from Coast to Coast in the United States. Okay, so what you want to focus on this one little area and go, oh, look, but there's gunfire going on. Give me a break, man.
No, I'm not. I'm focusing on this one little area because this one little area was the one that was presented to be this peaceful, rebellious, utopian sort of society that was going to, be this be-all, end-all of American authoritarianism. And apparently that's not the case, because when you don't have any sort of semblance of, I hate to say law and order, but when you don't have some kind of, civil, and I don't care, it doesn't even have to be paid for by the taxpayers, but when you don't have peacekeeping corps and you didn't set up any kind of emergency services of your own, and you're going to call outside when you want to be autonomous, it just seems to me like it was very ill-conceived from the get-go.
Well,
it seems a little too idealistic.
The EMTs have given them, the medics inside the chop zone, a couple of gurneys and stretcher boards so that they can get people to a place where they can get the ambulances now. And that, again, Joe, you talk about when you don't have this, then you're going to have this violence. Well, in downtown Seattle, as I just said, before the COVID, where you definitely have a semblance of fucking the police state fucking everywhere, there's goddamn people getting shot every fucking day, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yes, there are.
Okay,
yes,
so again, it doesn't work what it is you're talking about. Okay, if there's going to be these people who are going to do this, there's going to be these people who are going to do this. It doesn't matter if the police state is there or not.
Sure, but this was supposed to be an alternative to that. It was supposed to be this peaceful utopia, and it didn't turn out to be like that because human nature eventually kicks in.
Well, a peaceful utopia. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that these are things that should have been thought of when they decided to go and grow these gardens and co-opt a 6-block radius. What the first thing they should have done was set up some kind of field hospital to anticipate this sort of thing, because they should have known that this would have happened eventually. I'm all for gun ownership and I'm all for people owning guns, but when you just have this sort of half-assed, haphazard, throw together community, it's not going to work out that way.
It's fucking 10 days old, dude. I mean, what can you make happen to build a community in 10 days? Okay?
Well, they should have thought it through better, is what I'm saying.
Dude, the police said you can't go up there, and they stood in the street for fucking 10 days at a police line, staring them down, and finally the police got out of their way, and they went up to where they wanted to go, and they sat down and haven't moved. Okay, so there hasn't been a whole lot of thought, there hasn't been a whole lot of organization. This is the people. Okay, and the people, we're not going to fall for some cop-sucker fucking leader, okay? Because all these Black Lives Matter leadership comes in, and they start going, oh, well, no, this isn't what the movement's all about. Don't tell us what we're about. We're the ones who stood face to face with the cops and the tear gas and the pepper spray and the flashbang grenades. Okay, so you get it, Joe? It's like these people are trying really hard to make something important happen, okay? And yeah, it's going to be messy. It's going to be messy. Of course it is. You knew it was. I knew it was. Everybody knew it's going to be it was. And this thing about this utopian society where there's no more... Come on, dude.
That was the idea, wasn't it?
The idea is that we don't need the cops breathing down our neck. That's what the idea is.
Okay. They don't need them until they need them, is what I'm saying.
They don't need them. They don't need them.
Show up,
they don't need them.
When the emergency services show up, that the taxpayers outside of their little community, when they finally want them, aren't going to show up because they're not going to do it unless they've got protection from the police. Then they cry foul.
Yeah, well, it's pretty chicken shit, dude. I mean, the people...
What's chicken shit?
The people are saying, come on in, get this guy out of here. And the people that are trained and have all the equipment to do that are going, no, we can't do that. We're afraid. It's
and they
not
have
safe.
no idea what they're going into because there's no law and order. They're not going to go in. They have no idea what the situation is, Mike. They have no idea what the hell is going to be waiting for them.
And when they're rushing to a fire or a domestic dispute or whatever else, you know,
an actual normal neighborhood,
actual danger.
They know exactly what they're getting into.
And danger. Okay, so
yes, but it's a danger that they are aware of. It's not a danger that, you know, when they go into this autonomous zone where you've got these people. For one, somebody got shot. They have no idea why they got shot. They're being called in, and they're not allowed to have any kind of support in case everything goes crazy.
The cops didn't show up until way after they left. Number one, okay.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
And the cops show up, and the guy's already been taken by the people to the hospital, and then they want to demand their way in. You know, look, the police are not helping. They're just not helping. And at the EMT guys, again, they gave the medics that are staying in the CHOP gurneys so that they can get the people quickly to the edge of the CHOP so that by the time the ambulance gets there, they're already ready to pick them up. Okay? So again, like you said, these things should be thought out, should be planned. They're doing that. They're thinking on their feet and they're making things happen.
Well, no, they're not. They're not really thinking on their feet. They're coming to this conclusion after it's already too late. Somebody died. Somebody got shot last night. Somebody got shot the night before.
Two gang members shot each other. Two rival gang members shot each other. And you want to act like that's fucking unheard of anywhere ever before.
So they've got rival gang members in an area that has no law and order. Who the hell else is going to get shot next? That's my whole point. I mean, you have these people that are already operating outside the boundaries of society, taking advantage of this autonomous zone. And then when the people who are occupying that autonomous zone in their ideological little vacuum decide that they want to suddenly have outside services come in because they no longer want to be considered autonomous, and they won't do it, that's their own fault. It's got nothing to do with the cops.
There's an emergency situation. A person is dying, and they're asking for help to save that person's life the way that it's done everywhere in the fucking country.
Yes, when you're operating within the boundaries of societal norms. Not when you decide that you want to have this weird little hippie, trippy, dippy...
Look, man, societal norms are very fucking objective. From community to community, okay? And if you don't know Seattle, then you don't know Seattle, all right?
How new is this community out there in the CHOP? I'm pretty sure it's about 2 weeks.
It's 10 days. We've already discussed this. It's 10 days old. And you're like, oh, yes. Well, why haven't they done all this shit already? Because it's 10 days old. No, they shouldn't have. But it's being figured out.
They shouldn't have? I think the people
they have medics. They have... They're fucking gangbangers. They fucking chose the way they live, dude. Nobody forced them to be. Nobody forced them to be walking around with a fucking gun looking for somebody to shoot. Did they?
Michael, are the other people living within inside of the CHOP in their own little weird utopian fever dream not also choosing the way they want to live?
They're not walking around shooting people.
They can leave out. They can leave.
They're not walking around shooting people. They're not taking away somebody else's life.
Some of them are.
No, they're not.
Well, so people weren't shooting each other the last couple of days.
What are you talking about, dude?
I'm talking about the two people who got shot in the last 2 days.
Right.
They were also living within there.
Gang members shot each other in downtown Seattle.
People,
I'm fucking shocked. That's never happened before, Joe. That's never happened anywhere. No one's ever heard of such a thing. How can we have this continue?
they're living within this weird commune because they want to exploit the fact that there's no law enforcement within it. That's why they're shooting each other.
No, they're shooting each other because they're rival gang
Can
members.
I jump in? Joe is wrong about this.
Also because they think they can get away with it because there aren't going to be police, so they're going to be showing up immediately, and they can have whatever beef they want.
Again, there's police all over downtown. There's been shootings every fucking night. Craig wants to say something to you. Go ahead, Craig.
Joe, can you hear me?
You got to turn it up a little bit, I think.
Okay, hold on. I got to turn up the volume on your side. Let me see if you can hear me. Just a minute. How about now? Joe, can you hear me through my speakers? Hello?
I can hear you, Craig, yeah.
Okay, so here's the deal. What you're mistaking, the shootings that happened about 12 to 15 blocks from where this 6-block autonomous zone is called the Central District. It is one of the hardest neighborhoods in Seattle. It is what, if you've listened to rap music, and you remember a guy named Sir Mix-a-Lot, he used to rap about, we're going hard in the CD, the Central District, okay? That's where all the predominantly African-American homes are. It's a very oppressed neighborhood that is slowly getting gentrified. There are still rival gangs that live in that area. Everything that's being said about these shootings are that these rival gangs came up to this area to incite trouble, and somebody was mad at somebody who decided to partake in the BLM movement, so they were going to shoot him or something like that. I don't know the details, but it wasn't incited by people within the CHOP. It was incited by outside gang members that live 15 to 16 blocks outside this area, and they had nothing to do with this event, but they came in and decided to shoot the place up because they're gangbangers, and that's the God-honest truth as what we know to this point. Now, if the story changes later, then Mike might have to eat crow on this. But everything we know up to now is it's gangbangers from outside the CHOP that came in and caused trouble, no different than Antifa coming in and breaking windows in a protest to make it look like it's not peaceful. And that's all I got. So I just wanted to let you know that's what's happening.
Thanks, Craig.
Okay, thank you, Craig. All I know is that Raz sent out a tweet from within the CHOP, and he was talking about how they were calling EMTs to come in, and the EMTs refused to come in and take care of the guy who died because they couldn't have police backup. And I'm basing what I'm saying off of that. I'm talking about Raz, the so-called guy that was self-proclaimed to be running the show in there. So.
Well, there's an awful lot of people who don't agree with that, so you know. And
that's fine. That's fine. That's why I'd like to know. I'd like to see everything play out and
but again,
get the truth on the matter.
Right, and that's what I do here.
People who are inside the CHOP.
I'm not hiding anything. I post everything that I have, to make sure you guys can see. I didn't hide that there was a shooting. I didn't go, oh fuck it, I don't want to cover this. It's just going to cause me pain. Fuck it, dude. This is. I'm making sure you guys know what's going on here, and again, before the COVID, there was shootings every night in downtown Seattle. And, again, this is just blocks from the hood, and these guys were both wannabe gangsters, is the way I want to put it. So,
sure.
I don't want to, and it's not that their life doesn't matter, but they chose that garbage, okay? And then they come into this place to, again, cause trouble. And I hear you, because they know there's not police there. Maybe,
right? But
again, that did not stop them from having shootings all over Seattle before there was ever a CHOP. Okay?
There's always going to be crime. There's always going to be crime, no matter where you go. But what I'm saying is that when you decide to kick out police, it invites people with criminal intent to come in and take advantage of it.
And I think that's why this Raz guy, is partial. People like him are down there because they're trying to, I guess, organize some kind of security down there.
And whatever about that. Because this Raz guy, I'm telling you, I just think he's a showboater more than anything. I mean, he's just like, look at me. He seems like, look at me. Give me the attention. I'm not. Yeah.
That's pretty obvious.
But he's in there. He decided to take this on and be a messenger for it. So and people decided to adopt it. So whatever the intention is, I just think I really do think this whole chop chaz, whatever the hell it is, I think it's going to fizzle out, man. I think it's a very ill-conceived, I think it's a very stupid endeavor. I think it's not this revolution that I know you would like to think that it is.
Well, it seems to be going from shore to shining shore, dude.
To what end?
What do you mean?
What's their goal?
Again, these are primarily young people. They have their whole lives ahead of them, and they don't want to spend the rest of their adult lives with the fucking out of control, comply or die police state breathing down their fucking necks, dude.
Okay, so what is it? I mean, so they don't want a police state. What is it they want? I mean, do they really think that this is going to end well for? Well, do they want to have like their own little mini state?
What we want is to end the drug war, Joe. We want the police state to stop breathing down our necks. Okay?
I'm all for ending the drug war.
Right. Hold it, Joe. You say you're all for ending the drug war. I just want to be clear. That's taking power away from the police and giving it to the people. That's what these people are all about. The government also. The government also.
Yeah, the police are just an arm of the government. They're not the ones who set policy.
We'll call the government the police state then. Taking power away from the police state and giving it back to the people. Okay, that's what this is all about. And you say you support that.
No, I support 100% ending the drug war.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think that the way they're going about doing it is going to make it happen. I think that it's a pie in the sky idea to take over 6 blocks, commandeer it, claim it as their own autonomous area, and think it's somehow going to end up well. I just think it's a very childish way to go about doing this. It would be much better if they tried to change it from within the system, not try to break it down from outside of it, because the vast majority of the square community, the mainstream people, are not going to side with it, because they're going to look at this and they're going to say, what the fuck are all these kids doing? All these kids who have barely experienced life are going out, they're growing these gardens, and they think that they're going to change the world. It just doesn't work that way, man. We've seen this happen time and time again. We've seen it happen in the 60s. We saw it happen with the Occupy when they could have done it a hell of a lot better. This is another example of people with good intentions squandering an opportunity because they don't have a clear concept of how the world actually functions.
Well, we should give them a chance to see what happens. I see it. We should give them a chance to see what happens. Okay? I mean, you can't, you say, they're not going to change anything. Well, you don't change, ingrained fucking police state overnight. That's for sure. Okay? So let's give them an opportunity instead of being completely threatened by them and allow them, the people that are coming up to have a voice, because they should.
We've already seen this sort of protesting play out over and over again.
So we're here now,
the way they intend.
And it wasn't these people. And these people deserve their chance to have their voices heard.
It's the same sort of ideology. It's the same sort of.
It's really unfortunate that you can't give the people that are coming up their chance. Okay, maybe it is, maybe it's not. Maybe we'll find out if we give them a chance. Hey, can you hold on for just a second? Michael from Southern California wants to talk to you. Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Okay, hold on. Hello?
Hello.
All right, hold on. Hold on. All right, Joe, you there?
I am.
All right, Joe. Joe Michael from Southern California. Joe from Pennsylvania.
Joe, I like this guy, Joe. He's intelligent. Where are you from, Joe?
I'm from Pennsylvania.
Oh, Pennsylvania. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're an intelligent guy, and I like the way you talk. but you're kind of, you're kind of glossing over the fact that the citizenry has exhausted all standard measures of addressing their government. There's no way we can go to our Congress or our representatives and petition the government in the formal ways which have been co-opted forever. I mean, you'll admit to that point, right? That the formal ways we have of petitioning our government have been co-opted, and that the government itself is corrupt. I mean, we should maybe start at that point. Will you agree with that point?
I would agree that the government is corrupt, but I would not agree that they've exhausted all avenues. I would say that they're taking old ideas and implementing them the exact same way that it was done in the past with no results. I don't think it's going to work out because it hasn't worked in the past. You've got the hippie generation that tried to do it, didn't work. You have the Occupy people, didn't do it. All they did was tear up a fucking park. You've got this generation, they're tearing up 6 blocks, and they're not letting any law enforcement or the EMTs aren't coming in when they ask for them, which tells me that they've already engaged in a failed endeavor. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
I think they're...
it's not really a failed endeavor. There was just there was a travesty that went on, and some gangbangers entered the premises, and some people got shot. I mean, the EMTs had the option, if they would have used their heads. Hey, you guys. Hey, Chaz Simone, who was right there. I saw the video. Hey, Chaz Simone, here's the stretcher. Go bring the guys out to us. They had that option. They didn't do that. But that's kind of ancillary to the discussion. I think that we have exhausted almost every way we can make change in our country. And if you look at the Revolutionary War, I think maybe it was you or one of the other callers was talking about the founding fathers and the Revolutionary War and the Civil War and the Haitian Revolution and the Mexican Revolution and the French Revolution. If you look at all of those situations, Haiti, France, the Civil War, the Revolutionary War, it was a mess. It was a complete clusterfuck, and there was 3, 4, 5, 6 sides in every one of those historical situations. So this is actually no different, except it's on a really small scale. And you got this funky ass city called Seattle up there, and you got a pretty progressive Indian councilwoman, and I don't know about the mayor. I can't remember if the mayor's cool or not. And they've induced the police to back the fuck off. And it is time for a change, because this is not a matter of black lives. I mean, this is a matter of police killing the citizenry. So it's about time, and there is no adequate way to address the police state other than either you get a full-blown revolution or you get a bunch of nut job kids in the street who are fumbling their way through history and doing the best they can.
Well, I'll tell you, Mike, this is Michael from Southern California, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, because it seems like the narrative keeps changing on this. At first, a week ago, when I talked to Mike, it was that they're protesting against police brutality, and that's fine. Now
over policing. It's over
protesting against the war on drugs.
It's
now,
over policing. It's over policing, Joe. Okay, that's what
Mike,
it is.
I'm talking to Michael from Southern California.
Well, this is what's happening. This is what this show has been talking about from the beginning. Over policing.
Well, I thought I was talking with Michael from Southern California.
Uh-huh.
I thought he and I were having a conversation. You're the one who brought him up.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, thank you.
You're saying the narrative has changed.
Yes, I'm saying originally it was they're protesting against police brutality. Now that narrative has flown out the window, now it's they're protesting against the war on drugs. Well, I'm all for that, and I would even say that the war on drugs has already taken a hit because you have states that have legalized it. So the war on drugs now isn't nearly as bad as it was 10 years ago. And 2 weeks ago, the CHOP came in. Now all of a sudden, now we're fighting the war on drugs again. Well, I mean, the war on drugs is already being fought, and we're winning.
I think.
So it just seems to me like the narrative is changing goalposts, is what it seems.
I think that Michael is not
baby
changing
steps. If you think baby
Michael's
steps.
the one talking about the war on drugs. Basically, what everybody involved in, from Black Lives Matter to hippies to anybody in the street, any bored kid, any teenager out of school, they're all simply addressing systemic injustice. And the face of it is police overreach and police murder and police brutality. But the real, the difference between Occupy and this movement is actually listing their demands. They're listing everything: corruption, police brutality, economic robbery that just transpired, $7 trillion theft by Congress. They're listing everything.
Yes.
It's a little early, I think, to pass judgment on these people. However stupid they may appear, let's give them a chance.
And I can get behind all of those things. I just don't think the way they're going about doing it is conducive to having yielding any real results. I really just don't think it's going to. I think this is going to fizzle out. I think in the long run it's going to end up being another joke, just like the Occupy movement, just like I said, I think these are very good ideas. They're very well intentioned, but I think they're poorly executed.
Think back in history to 1960s civil rights movement. The civil rights movement didn't get rid of police brutality or tear gas or rubber bullets or beating people up with batons. And then you go to Vietnam War a little bit later, they didn't get rid of tear gas, they didn't get rid of rubber bullets and police murder. Then you go to Occupy movement, they got pounded by tear gas and police batons and rubber bullets. And these kids, these dumb fucking
And what did they accomplish? What did they accomplish, though?
There's already legislation in the United States Congress for national police reforms. It's being worked on and argued about in the back rooms right now, and they already got rid of it in a legal way in the city of Seattle. So what's wrong with that? These dumb kids did that.
Nothing.
And it almost happened by accident, and it's a great thing, and I don't even mean to call them dumb. It's just that I'm older. Most of those people are young enough to be my children. And so
Agreed.
as disorganized as it is, you're making positive headway, and let's just give them a chance. We'll see what happens. It might fizzle out. It might create great changes. So I'm on their side as long as they're not burning shit and killing people. I'm on their side.
I'm all for people peacefully protesting. I always have been. I'm all for that. What I'm not for is people laying claim over other people's property within a 6-block radius, quarantining it off, and marching around behind a wall with weapons saying this is our territory.
It happened in the French Revolution. It happened in Haiti. It happened in the Civil War. It always happens. There's stuff that always happens in every revolution, including counterinsurgency and psyops. And
so is this an armed? Okay, so is this an armed insurrection or is this a protest? Because now you have to make a clear distinction.
You cannot walk around my town with open carry, but apparently you can in Seattle. Is that right, Michael? You can open carry in Seattle?
Yep.
So it's a weird situation, considering all the guns I've seen on the video coming out of the CHOP protest. It's a miracle you only had 2 gangbangers shooting at each other, and that one cracker guy in the car that got out and shot the big black giant. But I mean,
that's what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying, though, Mike.
Trying to take the side of the status quo, and the status quo.
I'm not taking the side of anybody other than myself. I'm just going based on my own principled opinion. I'm not taking the side of the police. I'm not taking the side of the protesters.
Would you have those people exit that area and just cease their activities?
What I would say is that I think these people should take a more proactive approach, and if they want to protest, they should protest. But what they shouldn't do is say, well, this is our territory, and we're going to lay claim to it, because once they do that, they cease to become protesters, and they start to become armed insurrectionists. There's a very clear distinction on where the Constitution stands on this. Well, the Constitution stands.
The Constitution
Yes.
backs them up, Joe. The Constitution gives them the right to do that.
It gives them a right to protest. It doesn't give them a right to lay claim over other people's property and take away their rights.
They're in the street. That's public property.
And the park.
No, it's a 6-block radius where there are people who reside in that area. They have no say in the matter.
They haven't taken over their apartments. They haven't taken over anything. They're in the
They
street
have not
and in the park.
taken over their personal property. They're in the street, dude. They've taken over property.
They're taking over a 6-block radius. Anybody who lives within that 6-block radius no longer has access to emergency services or law enforcement. The people who took over that 6-block radius have laid claim over their property.
That's what happens, Joe, when shit gets hairy and crazy. And I'm sorry about all
That's what happens during an armed insurrection. Yes, I agree.
So if they didn't have open carry in Seattle, would you feel the same way?
No, it's got nothing to do with open carry. It has to do with how they apply their standards to other people who had no choice in the matter. It doesn't matter if they're armed or not. What I'm saying is that it is an armed insurrection compared to a peaceful protest. You can have a peaceful protest and carry arms around, but when you enforce borders within a 6-block radius.
There's two sides to this battle, and it is a battle. It's a low-level battle. And for weeks and weeks, all we saw was police shooting people with rubber bullets and tear gas.
Mm-hmm.
So, if that's okay with you, then...
I never said that was okay with me.
Well, what are they supposed to do? They have no other recourse. This is a historic moment, similar to the Civil War, similar to the French Revolution, similar to the liberation of Haiti, similar to our revolution.
It's not a similar revolution.
No, it's low level, man. It's low level.
Is it a war on drugs is not the same thing as trying to break away from a monarchy.
Michael's talking about the war on drugs as a far-reaching idea which might affect the police state. And I happen to agree with him, but no one in the street is talking about the war on drugs other than just casually, oh yeah, war on drugs. It's not about that. It's about, for right now, it's about the police and use of weapons against the citizens. And I'm all for getting better cops on the street. And I like cops, unless they fuck with me. So you're probably my age. I'm like 61. You're close to my age. We're both...
I'm 44.
Okay, sorry. Didn't mean to insult you or call you an old man.
That's all right. I can live with it. I got gray hair.
But either way, you worked your whole life. You worked hard, and you sound like a common citizen who obeys the law, and you earned what you got. And I understand that position. I don't want nobody taking what I got from me, and I won't allow it. But at the same time, I do understand the dynamics of revolution itself. And this is a very low-level civilian action against the police state. And it's not radical at all, dude. You don't have citizens shooting the cops. You got citizens standing up with signs getting shot by the cops until the beautiful, I think it's a progressive city council, ordered them out of it. And the reason they ordered them out, if there was no cameras, the city council would have said, tear gas those motherfuckers. Get them off the street. They don't own the street.
All I'm saying, Mike, is that if I lived in that 6-block radius of Seattle and I pay my taxes and I'm being denied emergency services and law enforcement because a majority of the group decided that I no longer have a reason to take advantage of those because they no longer want them, then they're infringing on my rights. And you don't have a right to infringe on other...
When's the last time you called ambulance or police? It happens like once every 2 years for the common citizen.
I can't tell you the last time I called an ambulance or police, but I'm telling you that if I needed them and I was denied the opportunity, how is that not infringing on my rights?
I think the end goal ethically is superior to the temporary discomfort felt by all the gay, rich people in the 6-block area.
and that's all well and good, man. And you know, hey, it was good talking to you, man. This is the first time I've been on a party line.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Just don't get on a party line with crazy people. I mean, I like sharing the line with intelligent people, and you're an intelligent person. We happen to disagree about this, but
and that's all well and good, man. We can agree to disagree, and we can have discourse, and that's one thing that I really think is necessary to making more sense in this world, is just for people to have a common understanding whether or not we agree with it or not. You know, I don't have to change your mind. You don't have to change my mind, but we can sit here and we can talk and we can still walk away and shake hands.
Yeah, and let's hope that the people in the street are able to do that with that city government. We'll see what happens, because, what's really needed in the United States is intelligent discourse, the exchange of ideas, and have that, all the people listening right now, they're making up their own mind about stuff, and if you have an open mind, something somebody says might say, "Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I agree with that." So discourse is like Athenian, where democracy was born in Athens, and they would have public debates, and the public would learn. So this is a good format for it. I'll let you continue talking to Michael. I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there, man.
All right. Well, it was good talking to you, Mike, man. Thanks for taking an interest in my conversation.
Yeah, take care, Joe. You're a good caller.
Yeah, you do the same, brother. All right, man.
Hello?
Hello, Mike.
Hey, man. So, what's up?
Oh, no. So, that was an interesting little segue.
He's an interesting guy.
No, that was excellent. That was actually nice to talk to another one of your viewers. I think we pretty much summed up the evening, I suppose, on my end anyway.
Right on. Well, good. Joe, again, this is a brand new thing. This just started. You can't expect too much from a movement that's less than a month old. So I mean, Occupy went on for a year, and it was primarily contained to New York in the first 30 days, and this movement has exploded around the world in just the first 10 days. So.
Well, I suppose where I'm coming from, Mike, is that it's one thing to occupy a public park where nobody lives. It's another thing to occupy a 6-block radius where people do live, and change up the way that they go about their daily lives. That's my biggest issue, is the fact that people are deciding to lay claim over other people's lives, because that's really what they're doing. They're changing up how it is they go about their daily business, whether they realize it or not.
There's no doubt about that.
All right. Well, Michael, I'm gonna call it an evening.
Okay, Joe.
Thank you for taking my call. I'm very glad it was much more civilized this time.
How's business down at the bar?
Business is excellent.
Right on.
Going on.
Imagine all those guys are probably glad to be able to go back out and hang out, huh?
Yeah. I went out golfing today with a couple of the guys I work with.
Nice.
My day off. So yeah, it was a great day. It's been great going back in. It's nice being opened up again. We generally are kind of abiding by the guidelines, but at the same time just sort of ignoring them as well too. It's a bar. It's a social atmosphere. You can't have these guidelines and social distancing and all that bullshit. And have an environment. So no, it's really good. My biggest concern is now I start seeing rumblings in the media. They're hyping up this second wave come September, and I'm afraid that people are gonna buy into this shit again.
Yeah, no, they've been hyping the second wave since the first wave started. So they don't. I would, as an obvious thing to fear. I mean, they're definitely going to try and do the same thing all over again. No doubt about it.
Yeah, my only hope is that people, especially the small businesses, that are going to say, "Hey, listen, you already tried to fool us with this once. We're not buying into this shit again.
Yeah.
You can go fuck yourselves."
Hopefully people will be. Yeah, we're not going to shut down again. Fuck you.
Yeah.
I don't like this fucking government tells us what to do constantly, Joe. It's not. We can do. Look, we can do better than the government. The government's not in our best interest, and they don't really give a damn about what we want or anything. So.
No, of course not.
Yeah,
that's why they're bureaucrats.
Yeah.
They're politicians and bureaucrats.
Yeah. All right, Joe. Well, it's good to hear from you. I'm glad you called.
All right, Michael. It was good to talk to you. It was good to have a really good discussion this evening, man. Take care of yourself.
Right on. Talk to you soon.
All right, brother.
Bye. That is Joe from Pennsylvania. Let's see. And I have a video again. I was talking. Okay, so Joe's talking about the gun battle that went down in the CHOP on early Saturday morning, late Friday night. Right. 2 rival gang members shot each other in downtown Seattle, just a few blocks from the hood. Okay. And somehow we're all supposed to be shocked and aghast. Again, before the COVID-19, there was shootings in Seattle every fucking day. And I mean, just so much so I couldn't deal with it. I couldn't even begin. I kept thinking, God, I should be documenting this shooting after shooting, but I just can't stand that's what our fucking world has come to, right? And now, what, in 10 days, 11 days of CHOP, 12 days of CHOP being in existence, there was a shooting. Okay? And then, again, I have this video. Gunfire rings out from coast to coast, right? Again, I heard there was 100 people shot in Chicago over the weekend. Okay, you want to be outraged by what's happening in the CHOP. There was 100 people shot in 2 days in Chicago. Okay, one of them that died was a 3-year-old little girl. Okay, if you don't think that there's a broken policing in this country, you're not paying attention. And if you think that, oh my God, there was a shooting in the CHOP, we can't have this, you're not paying attention, okay? And you're buying into the division and the fear and all the garbage. So I'm going to play this video for you from the CHOP. About gunfire rings out from coast to coast. And I'll be right back. Hold on.
Police in North Carolina, they're trying to piece together a mass shooting in Charlotte that left 2 people dead and 7 others injured. 5 others were hit by vehicles. Look at the scene there. Police say more than 100 rounds were fired into a block party crowd of 400 people this morning. Police say there's evidence there were multiple people involved in the shootings. However, no arrests have been made. Gunfire ringing out across the country, including in Seattle this weekend, leaving many communities scarred from coast to coast. Sinclair National correspondent Christine Frizzell takes a look at this violent trend.
A violent weekend across the United States, including a shooting at an outdoor party in Syracuse, New York. One of 4 shootings in just 3 hours there. And more than 100 shot and 14 killed in Chicago, including a 3-year-old boy, according to the mayor, Lori Lightfoot. And in the Capitol Hill Organized Protest Zone, or CHOP, in Seattle, a 19-year-old was shot and killed. Another man now in critical condition. But police were barred from entering. Those inside cheered as they returned to their cars, though some outside are now expressing outrage. Acting Director of Customs and Border Protection Mark Morgan, a former police officer himself, fears police may now be holding back.
You're already seeing some departments out there concerned about going and being able to do their job, and are they going to be supported by their leadership, their local leadership?
Even though it's not part of any proposed legislation on Capitol Hill, there is concern that some of this increased talk of defunding and dismantling the police could be linked to some of the increases in violence we're seeing.
We are the party of law and order.
I am concerned about the type of crime that's going to continue in major cities throughout this country.
Others worry the progress made by recent protests in terms of discussions and proposals for police reform will be lost in the midst of these calls to defund police and recent violence.
Vice President Biden has come out and basically said that he doesn't believe in defunding the police, that he supports reform. What happened to George Floyd is horrific and it should never happen.
How to best respond is still up for debate. What many say is not up for debate is the need for a solution. Just one more example, Baltimore is on track to record its 6th straight year of more than 300 murders. One of this weekend's victims was also a 3-year-old. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
All right, so we got Springfield, Oregon up here in the center. We got the CHOP. Let's see, we've got Seattle over here on the right. Washington, D.C. looks a little heated. I saw tear gas earlier this afternoon. But at the moment, I think everything is pretty calm. But there is a lot of protesters out in Washington, D.C. I believe they're surrounding the White House. Columbus, I'm not sure what's happening in Columbus. It looks like the cops are getting heated up in Columbus here. Keep an eye on that for a minute. Need to have a bong hit. If anybody wants to call, the number is 805-669-6397. I'm going to keep an eye on Portland. A lot of people in the street in Portland, clearly. They are dancing. They are dancing in the streets of Portland. You got to love it, baby. Dancing, dancing, dancing. I'm not sure where they are there in Seattle. It looks like police station. That's generally what police stations look like. If anyone would like to join me in a bong hit, my rig will be ready momentarily. Ooh, hot, 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 hot. Hot, 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 hot. And again, this is about over-policing. Ending the drug war is the most giant part of over-policing. If we just get rid of the drug war, we'll end 80% of crime. If we end 80% of crime, we should be able to end 50% of police, which means the over-policing will also go away. Hello, caller.
Hey, what's up? This is Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Nevada.
From Atlanta?
From Nevada.
Hey, Joe from Nevada. How's it going, bro?
Oh, it's going pretty good. Just want to say that the video you just played, from the little news thing with all the killings, and it's complete bullshit. I mean, they're just describing a typical night of violence in the United States of America.
Right.
But they're trying to, they do whatever they want, and it's all, the media is organized by very few people. It's all contrived and controlled. It's bullshit. So they're just trying to make it seem like things are getting more violent. They're trying to alarm people. It's so obvious.
Fear.
It's so obvious. It's such bullshit.
Fear, 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 fear.
It's insane. I was listening to the last caller too, Joe from, where was he from? I don't know. Joe and Mike.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and I have such a different perspective. I agree though with Joe that I don't think it's going to go anywhere. this whole thing, I don't think it's going to go anywhere.
Well, the police state doesn't want to go anywhere. The police state refuses to admit that the police state is in the wrong. The police state has its hooks firmly into this country, and it's going to take a concerted, long time effort in order to make any headway with the police state, for sure.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, that part of it, I'm not right wing, I'm not left wing, but I guess I'm more conservative than anything else.
Uh-huh.
And so I listen to people of all left, right, where, but I do listen to a lot of right wing people, and of course they are all scared and they're all angry. And I think that this is just manufactured.
Of course.
They are being presented with a boogeyman to make them react. This is on purpose.
Yeah, and that's what I keep pointing out exactly. As I keep saying, the programming says fear, fear, fear. Be afraid. We've watched it since at least 2001. The terrorists, the terrorists, the terrorists, the terrorists. The COVID, the COVID, the COVID. The Russians, the Russians, the Russians. We've watched it over and over again. And now all of a sudden, because Americans are in the streets, it makes sense to buy into the fear. What's wrong with you guys?
Mm-hmm. No, it's crazy, but this is how they rule us. This is how they control us. It's through, I think, this is what's being called the, strategy of tension.
Uh-huh.
And so it's everywhere. I mean, the drug war is strategy of tension because they created the drug war. They brought the drugs from Vietnam. They have the Clinton, Arkansas operation over there in Mena, bringing all the drugs.
Yeah.
And they did it on purpose.
Yeah.
They brought the drugs, they made money, and then they introduced the drugs into the inner city. And then it's the same people, right? Clinton.
Clinton, the CIA
that created this huge.
The CIA, the DEA, they're all involved. It's not just Clinton. Clinton's not smart enough to do this shit. This is the CIA. This is the DEA. This is their plan, not Clinton's plan. It just happened.
No, I understand. I understand Clinton is just a puppet, but
right.
Or an operative, right?
Ah.
Presidents are not in the United States. A president is not at the top. It's not like Cuba,
right?
Right. In the left, they call this the inverted totalitarianism or whatever it is. That whole theory where it's really an oligarchy and the president is a puppet.
Uh-huh.
Kind of like the mullahs controlling Iran. If you notice, Iran is a similar situation. The president is like a nobody, really. It's just a puppet. And
it's pronounced Iran. It's not Iran. It's not Iran.
There's some quite amazing similarities between Iran and the United States. So obviously, I didn't mean to say Clinton was like, because they always want to do that to make us believe that, the Clintons are so powerful and all this other stuff. No, I know that's not true.
Yeah, I just don't think they're that smart as to come up with the whole, importing cocaine and all that shit. I think, he's just a compromised individual. I mean, he's exactly.
He's an extremely smart individual. I don't take that away from him. He was not a Rhodes Scholar for no reason. And he could give some amazing speeches, but the guy was just absolutely corrupt and a sexual fiend, which is perfect. That's what they want.
Yeah.
They want somebody that they can control.
Yeah.
And he liked coke and he liked all types of stuff. But anyways,
who doesn't?
The strategy of tension. My point was they created the war on drugs and the response, which is
and then they don't just create the war on drugs. You said Joe, right? Yeah, what Joe's saying is they don't just create it; they create it and then they flood the market and so all the people have been over criminalized, and then they do the drugs that the government's pouring into their neighborhoods, and then the government makes a revenue stream off of turning all these people into criminals, and now they're basically slaves.
Yeah, basically it's the new slavery, right? All these privately owned prisons,
right?
They have workers. They have workers there who get paid next to nothing, and there's businesses that make a lot of money producing. I don't know what they produce, but they produce merchandise that is worked on by this new class of slaves, basically. And this is all a result of the drug war because of the laws that they passed, and it's all planned. But here's the worst thing is that even if we win, quote unquote, the drug war and we legalize all drugs, they will use that also for destructive purposes. Because because they have created a market for drugs. They have made people addicted. And with drugs being completely free and open and legal, they will damage the society even more.
Well,
we're between a walnut.
Dude, what's been shown in Portugal, where they legalized all drugs, is that heroin use went down significantly, and all other hardcore drug use went down. So
yeah, I would say that even so, I would question how healthy Portugal really is.
The point is that when you give people the actual freedom to be able to be in charge of what they put into their body, 99.9999999% of them are not going to want to fucking put a needle into their fucking body. It's just not. They're not going to run down to the store to get fucking heroin and crap and all that shit. They really don't want those drugs. They just want to be able to enjoy their life and relax for a minute. They don't want to be strung out for the rest of their life.
I would say beware of that too. Beware of that too, because these people are frankly just diabolical. Okay, there's no other words to put it. So
well, yeah, I'm sure that if they can
legalizing drugs as well.
I can't beware of taking power back from the police state and giving it to the people. I can't beware of ending the nanny state. Freedom is messy. Okay, so your state, that's what you're saying is that freedom is messy.
I think we're fucked no matter what because these people are in total control. I mean, with this new thing where they're going to get rid of police departments. Do you think what the police department, the policing that they're going to replace it with is going to be good? Just imagine.
What makes you think they're going to get rid of police departments?
Like, for example,
what makes you think they're going to get rid of police departments? You just got done saying that they're not going to be able to do anything, and now you're saying they're going to get rid of police departments.
Yeah, because it's not coming from us, because we're totally powerless and brainwashed. It's going to be coming from them. They have certain ideas of what they want for the policing of the future.
The only way to get rid of police departments.
It's going to be all cameras, facial recognition stuff. It's going to be less cops, but like a surveillance world.
It's already that. They already have that in place.
Well, but they're going to use this to introduce that but they're going to sell it to us as defunding the police and fixing the problem. It's going to be bullshit again.
If they already are using the surveillance state almost to its maximum amount. Okay, if you have video cameras on your home, security cameras, and they are connected to the internet so that you can look from your home on your phone, then the surveillance state also is connected to them. So okay, they have their facial recognition software, and they're taking video from everywhere around the world. Anybody who's got security cameras connected to the internet are also connected to the federal government. Of course.
Yeah, I just think that nothing good comes out of these things because we are living in a situation where
No,
we
you
have
think
very
that nothing
little
good comes
control.
out of it because you move from a standpoint of fear. Okay, nothing good's gonna happen. Nothing good's gonna happen. Why is that the standpoint that you think is a good place to move from? Okay,
Well, I hate that fact, but I don't want to fool myself. I don't want to fool myself into thinking that this is going to be some kind of solution.
How about just getting on the side of the people and giving it a chance, letting them have their chance to make something happen?
I'm willing to give them a chance because I'm not gonna lift a finger against these people.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
if they want to stay in Seattle, they can go ahead and stay. And I think Donald Trump is going to let them.
Donald Trump ain't going to do shit, dude.
I read a letter that did you read that letter that the ex-ambassador from the Vatican wrote Donald Trump, and he published it in his Twitter account?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, that was an incredible letter. He basically, this guy who's very high up in the Catholic Church, told him that the same people that are controlling the pandemic, okay, worldwide, because it's the same thing all over the world. These are the same people that are behind this civil unrest. And they are trying to place him in a trap. They're trying to have him react to it so that he can commit violence against the people and tarnish him just before the election. I think he's absolutely right. And I think the fact that Donald Trump published that, I think Donald Trump is going to step back.
Well,
he's going to step back and he's going to let the mayor hang. You know, if people get tired, because people are getting tired.
Donald Trump ain't going to do shit. Donald Trump ain't going to do shit. Okay. And that's a part of the problem with Donald Trump is he acts like, you know, oh, if you don't do it, I'll take care of it, and it'll only take an hour, you know, which means he'll just come in and he'll mow all those people down. They either get out of my way or we're gonna mow them down, you know. That's what a dictator does. You know,
he's not going to do it because he understands that this is a trap.
But he loves to play the dictator. If he thought he could get away with it, he would, and that's the big problem with Donald Trump.
Oh, they can get away with it. The federal
he can't get away with shit.
Look at the difference. Just look at the difference.
You don't understand the people. If you come into Seattle and you mow them down, there'll be 10 times as many tomorrow.
Well, I don't know, but listen to this. I think this protests. You know, they're in some way they are organic, but in most of it they're not. I mean, they're just controlled, contrived. There's money behind them. There's all this other stuff, and they're obviously a trap. But the federal government can put down protests, and I mean, just look at the difference between how they're handling these people and how they handle the tiny little group of right-wing people that invaded the wildlife refuge over there in Oregon. You know, they killed one of them. They wounded several of them. I mean, they just went in there to kill, and it was amazing that they didn't kill more than just the one guy. And these people, they're being handled with gloves. I mean, obviously.
But it sounds like you would prefer the other way.
No, I don't.
Okay, well then why can't you again? Why can't you?
I think Donald Trump is I'm thinking he knows this is a trap, but maybe he has no idea. But if he does, then good for him.
Okay, I covered the death of Lavoy Finicum as good as anybody, you know, and I think that what happened there was horrible, you know. And again, a perfect example of an overzealous police state who think that they can murder and it's not a big deal. And clearly, and that's what these people are standing up against. That's why they deserve the respect, because those people they're standing up against, they believe that they can murder all of them and it's not a big deal.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not going to happen. They're not going to get murdered. I think that nothing's going to happen. They're just going to be there for a long time until they will run out of steam. But there's more shit coming up in the. There's more stuff that they're going to try here. I mean, the second wave of Corona is coming, obviously. And I think they're going to try to do the mail-in ballots to unseat Donald Trump, because they're going to be cheating like there's no tomorrow with those mail-in ballots. And that's going to be the big fight. It's coming up.
Either way, it's the same fucking thing, dude. Donald Trump, Joe Biden, same fucking thing. Okay, it's the same fucking...
It's not the same thing.
It's the same endless wars of choice forever. It is.
It is not the same thing.
What has Donald Trump done to stop the wars? Put more troops into the fucking Middle East than there were under fucking Obama. Okay?
Well, he prevented a war with Russia, which was where we were going to be if Clinton was in power, or at least it seemed so from the rhetoric that she was spouting.
Well,
so he actually has not gotten into any wars. And he has reduced the number of people.
He's been saber rattling with Iran. He's been saber rattling with Iran since before he became president, and it's disgusting.
Yeah, it's disgusting. But you know what? He hasn't attacked. So until he attacks, he's actually doing better than Obama is.
That's because him and his Pentagon are a paper tiger. Okay? And good. I'm glad he hasn't attacked, and he better not attack. And the real problem is, if Donald Trump wins, a vote for Donald Trump is a vote for war with Iran. I'm pretty sure he's made that clear.
I seriously doubt it. But if I'm wrong, and he wins and we're at war with Iran, I'll be the first one to call you and tell you that I was wrong. Because I don't mind admitting my mistake, but I don't think that he is about that. I think that he is too close to the Zionists. Obviously, that's a problem, but I do think he's America first. Much more so than Obama was.
You can't say what you want to say about... He said to Americans, you can't say what you want to say about Israel. If you do, and then signed it into law.
I know, that's horrible. Yeah. I hate him for that, but he has done other stuff that is not as crazy.
So I'm saying that he doesn't put America first. If you do something like that, you're not putting America first.
No, you can tell that he's different because of the media reaction. If you look at the previous fake elections, like 2012, it was Obama and Romney. There was no difference between the two. Obama and McCain, they were both, deep staters. Bush and Kerry,
well, that's
both,
not true. The whole world got behind Obama in 2008, dude.
Huh?
The whole world got behind Barack Obama in 2008. Okay.
I didn't.
Okay,
I saw through
lucky
it, man.
you.
I saw through it.
Lucky
you. Who I voted for? You know who I voted for in 2008?
Who's that?
The Green Party.
Well, good call. Listen, but the truth is that Barack Obama could have come into power and actually done anything because he had the permission of the whole world. It wasn't just like he had a mandate from the American people voting him in. The whole world got behind him, and the whole world were saying, please make America the shiny beacon on the hill again. Well,
they were fooled. The whole world was fooled.
Yeah,
because he was nothing.
I'm just saying he could have. He had the actual power to do it. Okay, and he
Yeah,
chose.
and he wasted
He chose
it.
to do
He was
nothing.
he was a deep stater the
Right.
whole way. I mean,
He was a
he
horrible
was
human
probably,
being. He's a horrible
they probably,
piece of
they
garbage
probably
human
chose
being.
Obama since he was a little kid to be in power. I do think that's real.
Mhm.
I do think these people are chosen at an early age, just like Clinton was. There's people out there, recruiters, I guess you could call them, that notice talent, and I bet you Obama was into some creepy stuff. You know, he was probably compromised in so many ways. There's probably videos of him doing some crazy shit, so he had no choice. But these people don't go there because they have a conscience. They just want power, they want notoriety, and they want all this other stuff.
Yeah.
But no, there's a difference with Trump. You can see it just from the way that the media behaves. The media was very polite. In every single election that I've ever seen, they're very polite to both candidates.
Fox News was having people on their fucking news constantly saying that Barack Obama wasn't born in this country. Is that what you call being nice? Okay,
well,
come on, dude. That's get a fucking clue. I was there. I may look like I have no memory, but I do have a fucking memory, okay?
I would not be surprised if he was born in a different country, to be honest, at this point.
But that's not the point. They weren't being nice. Okay? And not only wasn't it them, there was a whole bunch of other people that were coming out all over the other, what you want to call liberal media, and talking about a whole bunch of shit, like warning Obama that he better fucking stay in place. You know, like, you're not the one in charge here, buddy. And, you know, I mean, it was never a love relationship, no matter what anybody tells you.
Well,
and in fact, when Barack Obama when Obama was running for president, I mean, when he was running against Clinton, it was pretty fucking clear that CNN hated Obama until you know, it became apparent to CNN that, you know, their girl wasn't going to win.
Yeah, but that was just bullshit, because as soon as she was not going to win, they just showered Obama with praises. And
I don't think that's true, dude. I mean, I watch it very closely.
Obama was like, my goodness, nobody ever asked him any tough questions, and it was just like constant the interviews that just favored him, and
this, you know, look,
he was placed in such a wonderful light by the most of the media. But of course, he was. I mean, if you remember the WikiLeaks. You know, it was the emails from Podesta that were leaked when he was running the Obama campaign, and this email comes in from this CEO or one of the CEOs of Citibank, telling Podesta what, you know, here's the people that we want for the cabinet. Well, it turns out every single person that Citibank wanted got in, except for one person.
Obama was a horrible, he's a horrible president and a horrible human being, dude. I mean, I can't, and all this protest in the street could have been stopped if he was half the fucking person that he portrayed himself to be. Okay? These people wouldn't have to be out there explaining still, after the first black president had eight years in office, that yes, black lives do matter. If the president of the United States, when this organization was founded, Black Lives Matter, Barack Obama, the first black president of the United States, actually acted like that was true, they never would have had a form of foundation that's called Black Lives Matter, because they were talking to the president. Okay, he was the one in charge, and he didn't do shit for black people. He was a horrible president, and he is a horrible human being who belongs in jail for the rest of his life in order to make the world a safer place for little children. Anyone who can't see that is completely clouded by their own bias.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. But instead of that, he got the Nobel Peace Prize.
Right.
Oh my God.
Well, they just haven't given it. They just don't be jealous because they just haven't given it to Donald Trump yet. You know he's on the list.
No, they're never going to go to Donald Trump, but that's okay. I mean, the Nobel Peace. You know, Nobel was the inventor of the dynamite. So why are we giving peace prizes in the name of the inventor of fucking dynamite?
Yeah, and the people who get the prizes they're never about peace. So.
No, I mean, this whole world is crazy. It's just run by lunatics, in this country especially so. And I just don't see a way out. And I don't think this thing is going to amount to much. Hopefully it will. I mean, it seems like you said, I mean, it seems like it's having more of an effect than anything that's been done before, you know, because there's all this talk about, you know, defunding the police and you know, fixing the police. And
it's just getting started.
Donald Trump did a little executive order, which is supposed to change some things. And all this stuff is happening. That they're putting these people in prison, these policemen. Oh, wow, stuff is happening. But I think, like everything else, it's a trap. I think they're going to defund some police departments and they're going to introduce their technology policing, which is the future that they have designed for us. And they're just finding a reason to implement it.
Well, I bet you're right about that. They got to have some kind of technology policing that they're looking forward to implementing. They're constantly doing that, though. They're constantly, you know, putting more of that out, you know, like the surveillance state, you know.
Yeah, and then this young people over there in Seattle, I'd be out there with them if they weren't such racist people. You know, they have their little zones for black people, and they got all this cultural Marxist nonsense that is preventing this situation from becoming very powerful.
Okay,
because it would be because the cops are killing everybody.
Right. Well, go and experience these people wherever it is available to you. Experience them and see that they're not Marxist, whatever label you want to attach to them. That they're simply people that are standing up against, being over policed and over criminalized. You know.
No, a lot of them are cultural Marxists. I know them locally because I'm politically fluid. I don't, I just go wherever I feel. And I know a lot of people from all political colors, and yeah, they're cultural Marxists. Absolutely.
It just doesn't work to attach these labels, dude. I mean,
well,
you can try to attach a label to me, but here's the deal. It doesn't work when you try to attach a label to me.
Well, you're more libertarian, and I enjoy that about you. But I'm politically agnostic.
And when you try to attach a label to a giant group of people, it doesn't really make any sense. Okay, it's almost so that you can just ignore what's happening.
No, I get it. It's messy. There's different factions. There's different groups. There's criminals, right? There's gangbangers, and then there's little kids from the university who are very full of ideals and everything else. But they're cultural Marxist ideals, man. They're stupid, racist nonsense where they're covering up a certain area of the park, taping it up and say, well, this is for black people.
Well, wanting to take power away from the police and give it back to the people is not stupid.
That part I agree, but see, the message is controlled in order so that I can't join in with them. It's manufactured.
Let me tell you
this
something.
Is when sophisticated,
you say I can't, you give away all your personal power and your freedom. The facts are you can, you choose not to. Okay?
Well,
accept responsibility for your actions. Don't say I can't. You can,
fine.
You choose not to.
Fine. I accept responsibility. But just like me, there's many people who are turned off by that. And that's the point. They're supposed to be turned off because otherwise this would be a unifying event. They know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing.
Right.
And they're too sophisticated.
You're right. There's these powers out there that are meant to divide us. And they know exactly what they're doing. They're doing everything they can to spread fear and division. And where are you buying into? The fear and division. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So be aware of it and try and choose a better path is all I'm saying.
I agree with you. But I'm not very positive about what's going to happen. But
and you know what? Nothing has to happen, but it's still, this is like Americans exercising their rights and trying to stand up to a police state for a better world, man. I mean, how can you not want to support that?
I do, but they short circuited with those crazy ideas of theirs, man, with all the reparations stuff.
Look, see, it sounds like
it's placed there on purpose.
Okay,
yeah, it's all
right.
social
It's
Marxism.
placed there on purpose to divide, and then you buy into the division. What's the big deal about reparations, dude? Why is that so horrible for you?
Well, there's a lot of
because you don't get reparations.
It's impossible to figure out because how are you? I mean, if reparations, if you were actually to analyze history, right, and figure out, well, this group of people is guilty of this, well, then you would have to penalize Africans because they helped in the African trade, and you had to penalize Muslims. But the people that would be most penalized, if we were to do a good analysis of history, would have to be Jews. The Jews were involved in the slave trade more than anybody else, and there's such a small population.
The reparations are to people who helped build the country and never got any credit for it. Okay, so you know what I mean. They look. And it's not just that. It's not just that.
Who's going to pay for that? Everybody else is going to pay for it.
It's going to cost less than any of these fucking wars. Okay, it's going to cost. It's going to cost less than the most recent COVID-19 bailout. Okay, so that means that it can be done, and if it can be done, what's the big deal? Why is that so bad?
It's not going to be good for African Americans because
it's going to be good. It's going to be good for
UBI
everyone.
Or whatever
it will be the most basic trickle up economy of all time. Okay, and it will be good for everyone.
Yeah, I can't imagine that that's ever gonna. Well, who knows? Because what I think is impossible today, in 6 months from now, it's gonna be real. So I can't say that. But it sounds very difficult that that's ever going to be implemented because it's everybody.
Look, I don't think that's like a deal breaker, dude. The deal is we're trying to get the over criminalization and over policing of the general public to end.
But you know what? It's the whole reparations thing. It's a rabbit hole with no end because if the African Americans
the reparations thing is just
money. Well, what about the other people?
The reparation thing is just a division deal. Okay. Again, if you just jump over that hurdle and just don't even look in the rearview mirror like it doesn't even exist and just keep moving forward, man. Okay. Mm-hmm. This reparations thing is like a dog whistle. You hear that and you go, that can never happen. You know, I mean, it's just this immediate wall put up in front of any progress moving forward. So again, it's like you said, and I agree, it's most likely never going to happen. So let's not let it be this big fucking wall that doesn't let us move forward on making good things happen anyways, right?
Well, you know what? Personally, I don't care that much, and I've been in leftist protests before, and I didn't care. But I know that it's going to prevent this thing from becoming a universal protest against the police the way it should be, because the police are out of control, and the police have become out of control on purpose too. They use the fact that they use the drug war to militarize police. They use the fact that they have this open borders, and there's this Mexican mafia and Latin American mafia coming in through and all these armed people. You know, there's so many people that live in Arizona, etc., that they say there's all these people armed to the teeth coming into the. You know, meanwhile, we have all the security in the airports, in the airplanes, right? And we have this absolutely open border with all this armed people coming in. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Yep. I hear you. I look, the police state is bullshit. You know, I mean, it started off with, again, this is what I keep trying to say, okay? Forever, they've been pushing this police state on us, pushing it on us. We don't need it. We don't need the Department of Homeland Security. The DEA, the Drug Enforcement Agency, has brought us a fucking heroin epidemic. That's what the drug war has brought us. We don't need this shit. It's not benefiting anyone except for extremely rich people who you know, basically could never exist without the police state in place anyways. Hey, Joe, I got to take a break. So it's good.
Yeah.
It's good to talk to you.
Absolutely, man.
So I hope you call back again soon, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Take care.
All right, see ya. Okay, so, and I have a video here of the Seattle police chief begging to be able to use tear gas and rubber bullets and flashbang grenades once again on the citizens that she serves. I found that very interesting. I thought you might too.
And yes, there are countless individuals who are in the CHOP that are there to engage, as the mayor said earlier, in peaceful demonstrations. But there are also groups of individuals engaging in shootings, a rape, assaults, burglary, arson, and property destruction. And I have the police reports right here. I'm not making it up. These things have happened. We cannot walk away from the truth of what is happening there. This is not about politics, and I'm not a politician. This isn't a debate about First Amendment rights. This is about life or death. So we need a plan. The council legislated away officers' access to less lethal tools when in fact we had in place a temporary restraining order by Judge Jones, and we would ask and hope that they would reconsider and make our ability to respond to these incidents and use the appropriate tools available to us. No one, especially the officers, want to be in a situation where they have to use any other option, the only options left to us, which actually ends up being, our batons or a gun, neither of which are the appropriate response to the situations that we're seeing up on the Hill. The Seattle Police Department spent years developing the gold standard of use of force policy.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky, some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want. All at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am? You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
All right. Let's see now. Okay, so it appears that I'm not sure what's going on in Columbus, but it looks a little bit hot there. Like the cops are a little aggro. There's a lot of people back in the street in Portland again tonight. And there's where'd it go? There's a bunch of people in the street in D.C. outside the White House. Hello, caller.
Hey, Michael, it's Daniel, and thank you for taking my call, man. You're so cool, man.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Hey, it's going good because I'm talking to you, man. Normally, life isn't going so good so much, but when I talk to you, it seems to go better, so thank you.
Right on. So, what's happening? What's on your mind?
Well, God, I got so many things on my mind, Mike. God, Michael. The first thing on my mind is I want to apologize for being a cunt from hell. God damn it, Michael. I know I'm a cunt, and I just want to ask forgiveness for everybody for being a cunt, because I know I'm 5 years old or 10 or I don't know what my age is, but I know I'm a cunt, and God damn it, you're so patient, Michael, with everybody. You're so patient with me. And most of your callers aren't too patient, or your listeners aren't too patient with me, but God damn it, they're probably really patient. So thank you. I'm sorry for being a cunt. That's pretty much the main thing. I got a million other things on my mind, but the main thing is I'm sorry for being a cunt.
Okay. Well, that's all right. No problem.
Hey, I appreciate a lot of your callers tonight. Michael, you have a good show. In fact, I don't listen to anybody else's show. Yours is the only show I listen to, too. So, yeah.
Right on. Well, I'm glad that you enjoy it, Daniel.
And it's nice of your callers to call in. I don't know what they're all doing, but can you tell me the last three names? I'm getting the names confused. But was it Joe? He had a Hispanic accent. What was his name? He got a bit on.
Joe and Joe and Michael.
Well, I know Michael. Yeah, Michael. And Joe. I know Michael well.
The other one was Joe from Pennsylvania. Joe from. We had Joe from Florida.
Have I heard Joe from Pennsylvania before?
Yeah, he's been around quite a bit.
Okay, God. Well, I don't hear him very often. He just went back to work. I know every time you're here, but every time I'm not here, and so I appreciate your patience with me trying to keep up with who the fuck these cool people are. I know Mike well, because I'm not that stupid, but Joe from Pennsylvania, I've heard him once or twice. You're right. And then the other guy is Joe from what, Colorado?
I think it was Joe from Florida.
Really? The last one, the Hispanic dude?
Yeah, I think it was from Florida, I think.
Really?
Oh, Craig said Las Vegas.
Oh, yeah. That makes more... Well, anyway, yeah. Thank you, Craig. Las Vegas. Joe from Pennsylvania is a regular. I think I've heard him. Is Joe from Florida regular? Is that the first? Or how? I'm sorry to be such a cunt, but...
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I talked to him before or not.
Okay. Well, I felt good spirits on your call tonight, even if they were paid. I don't even know who was paid to do what, but I just felt good spirits on your call. Joe from Florida. It feels like everybody made some good points. I'd have to watch it again. Mox, do you think because I have a lot to say, but do you think there's like a takeaway if you gave a 30-second summary of the last, 90 minutes of the show, because I've been listening for that long? Do you think, I'm waiting to talk to you, good brother. Is there a 30 to 90 or as long as you want to talk takeaway, because I got a shit ton of stuff to say, but god damn, you had some good callers tonight, I thought, and I just want to hear what you have to say about them.
We're here now. We're here now, Joe. I mean, what is it that you want to talk about?
Oh, you want me to talk now?
Joe, that's why I answered the phone, Joe.
Daniel, I'm Daniel.
Okay, I'm sorry, Joe. Daniel, you go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. Can I tell a story?
Yeah.
I'll try not to swear or say bad words, because I know sometimes I swear and say bad words, and I'm sorry for being bad. I am sorry. All right, if I tell a story?
Yes, tell a fucking story. Jesus fucking Christ, tell the goddamn story.
Hey, thank you, Mox. Hey, just so you know, I don't know how much I have to tip you and how much I have to pay you, but you are very patient to talk and listen to me, and thank you. Hey, once upon a time, I went to a college. It was my third college I went to.
Uh-huh.
The name of the college was BYU. It's in Provo, Utah. It's called Brigham Young University.
It's a nice place, right? Lots of hot girls, huh?
Have you been there before?
I've watched a few football games or basketball games or something.
Well, I think they've a couple times won a couple of football games, and I'm sure they won a couple of basketball games. And do you know, I think their volleyball team was the national champions a couple of times too.
Mm.
You know what? If I had to go there again, I bet I'd agree with you, Mox. I bet there's a bunch of fucking hot people there for sure. So, have you been there though? I'm sorry, I asked you a question. I don't know if you answered
I don't think I've been to Provo before.
Did you know I was born there?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I was born there. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you?
No.
Well, you know, because I'll be honest, I've lived in Utah a bunch of times, and I like Utah, but it's a place I'd rather visit and a place I'd not rather live. If they cleaned all the people, well, not all, but they're such good people.
I just need large bodies of water around me. I can't live in a place where there's not large bodies of water. So, it looks like a very nice place to spend a week hiking, you know. But other than that, there's not much that attracts me about Utah. But that seemed like a very nice thing to do, you know.
Well, amen. So I agree with everything you said. Not that I need to agree, but God damn it, of course. Hey, I'm sorry for swearing. If anybody went there, they would know how beautiful it is. I was born there. My mom was born there. I was born in the same town that my mom was born in.
Huh.
And my dad went to college there. And both my mom and my dad got married in the same town that I was born in. And my wife's mom and dad also got married in the town that I was born in. And so, you know, I'm not too Mormon, as you know. I mean, you haven't met many Mormons who say what I say or do what I do, right?
But you know, most of the Mormons that I've met, they drink, they smoke, they swear, they chase women.
Okay, well then, hey, you could care. So good, thank you. So, well, Mox, I don't disagree with you, but also every Mormon in the world would also say that basically Daniel is an infidel also. And I don't want to be an infidel, but the truth is that you know what Mormons would say about me.
That's just the pot calling the kettle black, right?
Well, I don't agree with that at all, but I hear your perspective.
Because, I mean, they're all infidels.
I'm sorry?
They're all infidels, too. They fucking dance. They consume caffeine. You know, they do all that shit.
Oh, well, I hear what you're saying. Man, Mox, I don't want to make your call go south tonight, man. You're so cool. You're making good points, but we don't want to get into the weeds of that because there's a lot to say about that. And that's not what I called about, but I'm happy to talk about it.
You brought it up, dude. I'm just telling you not to be down on yourself, and who gives a fuck what those people think?
I'm not. Well, hey, I'm not down on myself, and I'm not concerned at all about what they think.
There you go.
But well, what?
There you go. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's why I agree with you.
I'm sorry?
I agree with you. That's what I said.
Did I hear you say? I think that was like a Mox amen. I think he said I agree with you, and that I would just, hey Mox, I'm not looking for amens. I'm looking to be on the try to understand where people are coming from. So if you just said amen in your way, I agree with you. Well, don't say that too much because it'll give me a big head, and I don't want a big head. So. But basically, hey, Mox. No, Mox, I grew up among the Mormons, and I'm not pissing on the Mormons, and I think there's a shit ton of good Mormons, like there's a good ton of Catholics, and a shit good ton of Jews, and a shit good ton of Muslims, and a shit good ton of Hindus, and a good shit ton of Satanists, too. Or whatever the goddamn label you want to put, I fucking hate the labels is the point. And so... you would believe that when God, if God ever came to this world to talk to his children, you agree that he wouldn't be too focused on their goddamn skin color or their fucking gender or their fucking religious label or their goddamn sexual orientation, you would, Mox, would you agree that if the God of gods ever came here, not that I don't really think he ever would, maybe, but who knows, but if he did, you don't think he'd be fucking concerned about their religious whatever or skin color or gender preference or whatever the appropriate words are to use today? You don't think he would do that, do you? Or what do you think about if there was a good guy girl somewhere who looked out for us, whatever their name is, however you want to call them, however you want to represent them, I don't really care. You don't think they're going to show up and talk about and literally fucking sort people out based on gender, skin color, religious preference, or gender identity or whatever? I think we're on the same page.
Okay, here, let me tell you what I think, okay? Here's what I think. All you people that are afraid that you might not be good enough for God, that you might not pass into heaven or whatever, here's what's going to happen when you stand before God, okay? God's going to open God's arms, and you're going to be invited in for a hug. And if you go and take the hug, then everything you ever wanted about heaven will be yours. Or whatever the fucking shit is. I don't know what your silly bullshit about God is. But that's what God is. God is unconditional love. That's what they tell us. God is unconditional love. Which means you come to me. You come to me. I have open arms. You swim in my love.
Hey, Mox, that's one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard spoken in any spoken tongue. I'm glad it's recorded. I don't know if I'll go back and listen to it, but it's beautiful what you just said. But there's one thing you said that I want to clarify. You said that's what they say, and I don't give a fuck. I don't know who they are, so you know.
Unconditional love.
Unconditional love. Hey, Mox, I don't know who they are, and honestly, I don't know if I give a fuck what they think, but. Other than that, because you said something about that's what they say. Everything you said was like almost the most perfect thing I ever heard a person say about God. Until you said that's what they think, and I'm like, who the fuck are they, and what the fuck is it? Do they know? So you know. But if you have something to say about God, which is one of the nicest things I ever heard anybody say in purity about God, like you're like Jesus and you and some prophets out there, but there's not many, and you just said what you said, but who the fuck are they and what the fuck do they know? Because I want to know what you think and what you know, but I don't know who those fuck they are that you reference and what they know. Because hey Mox, can I say one more thing, and I'll let you basically, if this is your show, of course, and it's kind of you to take my call. Hey Mox, when we talk about who God is, I'm not ignorant on this subject.
A little bit.
Well.
You keep saying he. You keep saying he.
I'm sorry?
You keep saying he. God,
well,
he.
You don't think you? Oh, so if you want to, are you? So I just was gonna say when God, I already said it, but when God shows up, gender, skin color, and all of that shit is literally not an issue. But are you literally telling me that when you talk about God, you want to focus on the gender of God? Is that what you just told me?
No, that's what you do. You keep saying he. You keep saying he.
Well,
when you're referring to God, I don't do that. I didn't do that.
Have you seen her? Because Because I've seen them.
I think it's incredibly shallow. I think it's incredibly shallow of humans to have to boil this inconceivable being down to her or him, because that way humans can somehow relate to it.
Hey, Mox, thank you for saying that. Now, tell me the last thing that you saw that was inconceivable. Can you riddle that to me? What was the last thing you saw that was inconceivable? Riddle that to me.
I don't know.
Well, you were just telling me who God is, and I was just telling you that I've seen, and you're telling me something about inconceivable, and so I asked a really first grader question to the teacher.
I told you not to be afraid of God. I told you not to be afraid of God. All you people fucking fear God. You fear you're not going to get into heaven. You're afraid. All I said was don't fear God. Don't fear God. That's what I said. Stop being afraid that God is going to fucking judge you, and fucking be solid in the fact that God is unconditional love. As they who are the leadership who tell us that we have to bow down to God 7 times a day or he's going to send us to hell, tell us that that's who God is, in case you want to know who they are. Those who claim to know about God. I'm telling you, if that's what's true, the whole God concept is ridiculous.
Hey, well, I'm sorry. Did you just say the whole God concept is ridiculous? Is that what you just said?
Yes. For you to somehow believe that you can begin to 1 second, understand God, the concept of a fucking creator being is fucking idiotic. You boil it down to he and she. Give me a fucking break, dude.
No. You're the one who made it a gender point, so you know. No,
You called God he.
No.
And
well,
then,
because I've seen
and then
them,
went from
and
he to she.
And you never asked me. You never fucking goddamn clarified, and I might not ever fucking goddamn tell you. But don't fucking shit on me, because you're the one who fucking.
I'm not shitting on you. I'm making sure people understand. Okay, you're clouding the fucking issue. You're clouding the issue.
No.
I just told people not to be afraid of God, not to be afraid of unconditional love, and you want to fucking cloud it a million ways from Sunday. Instead of listening to the message and saying that's an amazing message, let's just keep it there. Yeah, okay, so let's dilute it all down to he and she. Good plan, Daniel.
Can I have 10 seconds, or because I don't want to piss on you, Michael, because I really like you and I love you, and you're like one of my favorite people in the world. So I'm not here to piss on you, but I'm also not a placater, and I also say what I think, and I can't change who I am. And just so you know, I never intended to make the issue of God about he or she or skin color. Every time I speak about God, I try to not use color or gender pronouns, because that's not the point at all. Now, if you knew, and if you can just fucking wrap your brain around the concept, Michael, that in the English language, in English, there is no gender pronoun for what my English teacher once upon a time called shiz. It's not a he, it's not a she, it's a shiz, and there's no way to say it. But I agree with you, when we speak about God, it would be fair to speak in a gender neutral, race neutral, fucking whatever, because it's not about gender or skin color or whatever, or religion or stupid shit. People, I agree with that. And the other thing I would say is I goddamn agree with the fact that when we talk about God, we shouldn't be saying fear. And just so you know, if you could find where I said that, or where I preached that, or where I taught that, or I represented that, I would appreciate you to bring it to my attention, because there's a sliver of truth, and there are things people don't fear they should fear, and there's a lot of shit. Mostly we fear shit we should not fear, and the only thing we should fear is that if we are cunts from hell, we will receive the fruits of our action. That is a goddamn contract of the universe we signed a long time ago, and people should fear if they are cunts from hell, because they will have to pay. You told me the other day your tombstone had 3 words: paid in full, and it's a very interesting thing to talk about, and it's nice of you to say, and I love what you said, but the truth of the matter is that there is consequences for our actions, and when we fuck people in the ass, we shouldn't fuck in the ass. We never asked to be fucked in the ass. It's not free. It's never free. It never was free. The price has to be paid. You know this, and there's a lot of callers of yours or listeners who aren't stupid, and they know it too. And I'm not preaching to anybody. I'm just saying, so the point is about God, we should not fear God, because I agree with what you said, that when we see God, he's not there to bust our balls. He's there to love us. That point, I 1,000% agree. Now, the problem is that there is something called the accuser, which represents the people who judge and say, but he did this to me and he did this, and God can't shut his fucking ear to the accuser. So I hope you know this, because this is like first grade level stuff to people who know shit about shit. I know nobody ever speaks about this in Christian churches. I know nobody ever speaks about that ever, but this is kind of first grade level shit, so you know. And so fucking God can't shut his ear ever to the accuser. And the whole book of Job was written based on that. In Job chapter 1, verse 1, the sons of God came to present themselves before God, and Satan came among them, and God said, hey, look at Job. And Lucifer's like, yeah, what about him? And God's like, well, he's fucking awesome. He's like the best guy that ever lived. And Satan said, well, he's only good because you protect him. If I fucked him in the ass 5 times, he wouldn't be good. And God said, well, do you really want to test Job? And Satan said, well, yeah, I do want to fuck this guy in the ass, because then I come from hell. And so the chapter 1 of Job is basically Satan fucking Job in the ass, but it wasn't to take away his health or whatever. It was to take away his everything other than his health. And then chapter 2 starts out with literally the same thing, that the sons of God...
It was to take away his faith.
I'm sorry, what?
It was to take away Job's faith.
His what?
His faith. Faith.
Oh, well, you're getting to the end of the story. Well, God, that's good. You're very, very smart, Mox. Some of your callers might not be as smart as you, but you're right. But the whole point is, in chapter 1, he took away everything of material possession, because the accuser, I don't like the word Satan, I don't like the word Lucifer. All those words are just stupid fucking goddamn labels, because you know what? Sometimes all of us wear those labels, and sometimes we euphemistically cast the notion of a Satan or a Lucifer or an accuser onto somebody else, but sometimes we are the very people that we ridicule and whatever. And so the point of the book of Job, in my opinion, in part, not the point, but a part of the point, is that in chapter 1, Job said, God said, I will take away, Satan is the accuser, and we are that accuser sometimes. Satan said, well, he's only good because you protect him. And God said, okay, what do you want? What do you want, accuser, from Job? What do you want to prove Job? And so they took every material possession and all of his family away. Hey, Mox, please forgive me if I'm wrong, just so you know, because I'm not a Bible preacher and nobody paid me to do this, and I haven't read this very many times. So you'd forgive me if I didn't get it right, but I think I got it right, okay? You'd forgive me for that, because this isn't my goddamn job. I'm a dying carpet cleaner, so Okay, so in chapter 2, God's like, the sons of God present themselves before God, and Lucifer or Satan or whoever, whatever, the accuser comes among, and God says, hey, look at Job. And Satan's like, yeah, look at him. He's a fucking piece of shit. I destroyed him. And God's like, yeah, he's not a cunt though yet, is he? He's still okay. And the accuser said, he's only okay because I haven't taken his health. If we take his health, then he'll curse you to your face. And so then we have, like, I don't know how many chapters there are, but maybe 36, 37 more chapters. And then the interesting part of the book of Job is not really chapter 1 and 2 where it starts. It's really chapters 3 through whatever where it finishes. And the funny part is you got some people who are the wisest elders of the and just to be clear, so everybody knows, Job is not of the house of Israel that they ever said. He was a wise people from the east. And so when Jesus was born, they say that wise people came from the east. They never said it was house of Israel. So you know, and nowhere in the book of Job does it give us any indication that I'm aware of that it's speaking at all of the people of the, quote, Lord. It's Mosiah, who's a dear brother. I love it. Mosiah, thank you for being on the chat all the time. You're a good brother. I love you. But nowhere does it say there in the book of Job that he was of the Lord's people. And nowhere does it say that the wise men who came to honor Jesus when he was born were also of the Lord's people. But the whole book of Job is about the three friends and elders who were supposedly the most wise men of the group and friends of him who came to succor or help him. And do you know what they did the whole time? They spoke things that are sometimes true for some people, but it's not ever true for Job. They spoke fucking false judgment and nonsense for 6 chapters. The entire book of Job is a story of a righteous man suffering in hell, and the people who came to preach to them, even though they had good intention and some wisdom, the wisest among them honestly didn't have a goddamn clue who Job was, and they didn't honestly know a single thing to tell him how to get out of this predicament, and every time they spoke, they were wrong. And Mox, you don't have to agree with me, but I'll tell you what, brother, it is so very kind of you to listen to what I have to say.
Okay, Daniel. Well, it's good to hear from you.
Is this all? That was pretty intense. I agree. That was pretty intense. I agree. I'm sorry, man. I don't know how to talk. Hey, people call me a Bible thumper, but you'd agree that I talk about the Bible less than like maybe 1% of the time that I'm on your show. You'd agree with that, maybe?
Yeah, sure.
We mostly talk about pussy, rock and roll, cunts, and shit like that, right? Not the Bible. You'd agree with that?
Yeah. Okay. Sure, Daniel.
Is there something I said today that you disagree with, Mox?
I'm not sure about. Look, the story of Job is stupid. And it's fucking horrible to think that some kind of creator God, unconditional love would fucking do that just to test somebody's loyalty. It's retarded.
I agree with you. I agree with that interpretation, and that's why I don't go to church, Mox. It's because everybody that I hear interpret the Bible sounds stupid. And so just so you know, the story of Abraham is a story of God telling Abraham to sacrifice his son. And Abraham said, okay, God. Well, Mox, just so you know, I don't know what label anybody would call me, but just so you know, whatever label y'all want to call me, when somebody in the sky tells me to kill my child and I have no reason to do it, that would be fucking that would be batshit crazy to do, so you know. And so I don't know what you call me, but I'm not a hater of Abraham, but I am a hater of people who listen to people telling them to kill other people and they just do it.
Yeah.
I've never agreed with that ever. So, you know, so when I talk about the Bible, Mox, I don't talk about it in the way that anybody you ever met talk about it, so you know.
I understand. I understand. I don't talk about it in the way that anybody you ever met talk about it either, and you know this.
I love you, brother, man. I have so much more to say, but I think your patience is worn thin for night. Hey, Mox, I mostly just want to ask your apology for the other night we talked. I was such a stupid 5-year-old cunt, and I apologize because sometimes I'm literally crawling out of the grave, and it's hard to like be smart when you're literally just crawling out. It's hard, and I apologize for being a 5-year-old cunt because when I didn't listen back to the call, I was too embarrassed. But when I think back on it, I realize sometimes I am a 5-year-old cunt, and I do apologize for that. And I ask your forgiveness and patience with me.
It's very stressful times, Daniel, so we're all just trying to get through it, man. All right? So it's good to hear from you, and I guess we'll talk again soon, okay?
Okay, man. I'm wishing you and your audience very well. I do indeed.
All right. Talk to you soon. Thanks for calling.
Man.
Bye.
We'll see.
All right, that's Daniel from Ohio, and again, the story of Job really pisses me off that someone would believe that this unconditional love God would somehow allow the torturing of any of God's creations. You know, I mean, that's just not, it doesn't make sense. And this is why I say that, you don't have anything to fear from God. You see people, fear God. You see people say in their fucking introductions on their Facebook, I'm a God-fearing person. Don't fear God. God's unconditional love. What God is going to do, God isn't going to judge you. God's going to open God's arms and give you the giant bear hug opportunity, and it's a matter of whether you take that opportunity or not to give the greatest hug you've ever given. Hello, caller.
First rule of God Club: don't talk about God.
Oh, you wait. I have things to say about God.
Oh, wait. I ripped my skull open listening to that last caller. I got a plastic spatula. I'm trying to shovel all my cerebral matter back in there like turkey stuffing. Hold on a sec, Mike.
Yeah, no, I got things to say about God. I gotta make a video or a call-in show about what God told me, so everybody knows what God told me.
Fuck God.
Yeah.
Fuck the holy books. Turn all the holy pictures so that.
That's pretty much what God told me. That's pretty much exactly what God told me. So
Yeah, I mean, I want, but I would like to join the Church of LSD. That was I think he's a perfect example of the Church of LSD.
I think cannabis. I think cannabis needs to be the sacrament. We have to be like, because again, it joins us together. It joins us to the higher spirit. It joins us to the earth. It's really and it's missing from all our lives, and it just makes things so much easier.
Right now in modern India, cannabis is illegal.
Yeah.
They don't enforce it much, but they do make exceptions for the Shiva cults because part of their religion is a ritual smoking of cannabis, and they got these weird ass pipes and shit, and they
and they got the river ganja. Come on.
Well, basically, yeah. I'm just trying to. I don't know what to say, man. It's like, wow, what does that have to do with the fucking people in the street? I think maybe if we just got a little bit more grounded and forgot to fuck about all these stupid so-called holy books. They're mostly metaphor anyways. Israel can't even find any archaeological evidence of ancient Jewish temples and stuff, so they invent it. The architectural evidence in Israel does not uphold the Jewish story that we ruled this whole land and we had temples and this and that, and people, the winners write the history, and Israel is winning the war for Palestinian land, so they're trying to rewrite the history, including digging up Arabic Palestinian graves, and they've turned mosques into discos and restaurants, and they actually invent ancient Jewish grave sites that were never there. They actually plant the evidence. So it's so crooked. I mean, fuck the holy books. Fuck Abraham. Fuck them all. They don't got anything to do with life on earth right now. Nobody's coming to save us.
All those books are meant to take power away from you. That's the problem with them.
Yeah, well, religion was the first mind control program, as is self-evident from the last caller. So, and you can go off, if you're a Mormon and you get that fucked up by your upbringing and your religion, God bless you. If you're a Catholic like me and you got fucked up by your religion, I hope you recover soon. If you're stuck in the Shia Sunni paradigm and these are good guys, those are the bad guys, grow the fuck up. If you don't recognize that Republicans and Democrats is just another form of religion. Fuck you. Grow the fuck up. Religion was the first mind control program, and we haven't even gotten over that yet. Do you think that Jesus actually thought about his reputation or how he would go down in history? I do not think so. He was a guy dealing with a political situation on the ground with multiple factions, a Roman occupation, and several radical Jewish elements, plus the Essenes, which Jesus was an Essene. So he was a sun worshiper, a vegetarian, and a world traveler. So who gives a fuck about one guy that lived 2,000 years ago? Practically his whole life story has been changed and whitewashed, and everybody they kill, they make a hero out of. And here we are 2,000 years later, being mind controlled by ancient books and philosophy, because it all comes down to philosophy. Is there good on earth? Is there evil? Where is it? It's in the hearts of men. So end of story. Let's just start there and end the police state. Fuck the religion. Let's end the fucking police state. That's something practical to do. I don't give a fuck about Jesus,
Yeah.
or the Pope.
Yeah, who gives a fuck? Those are just more stuff to separate us, to divide us. They act like it's supposed to join us together, but it doesn't. Again, all the religions are against God. God gives you the power to do anything you want on this planet, and all the religions say, "Oh, can't do that, can't do that, can't do that, don't do that, don't do that." And the most basic shit, dude.
Well, there's enough religions to go around, and it just seems the human monkeys populating the planet just seems to use religion as another thing to argue over. It's like, my God's better than your God, and my prophet's superior to your prophet, and my guy is arm wrestling your guy, and fuck it. Let's fix. That's a distraction from what should really be going on, which is human evolution. That's what should be going on. But instead, we see people tearing down statues. Oh, the statues did something to me. My statue's better than your statue, and blah blah blah. It's like, it's all mixed up. But I'm in favor of social change, and I'm not in favor of accepting the status quo. Nothing's going to happen unless we make it happen. There's no Jesus coming from the sky. He's not going to fix the political situation. We have to do it. Jesus is not going to fix your mind either. You have to fix your mind. So it's called responsibility, the ability to respond to stimuli. And right now we got lots of stimuli, so let's respond to it in a calm and intelligent way. I was watching you listen to the guy, and it reminded me of the definition of the word patience. And patience in Spanish is paciencia. Paz is peace, and ciencia is science. So patience really means the science of peace. So maybe that's what's necessary right now. The cops are being pretty patient. The protesters are being pretty patient. The science of peace can win the day. Not mythical figures, not the Anunnaki, not the fucking... the aliens, it's us. Yeah. The planet is owned by us, and we're not doing a very good job. Like I said the other night, we're going through puberty. The human race is entering puberty, and so we're trying to figure out, hey, how does this stuff work? And it's really, if you remember your puberty, I remember mine. It was like confusing. It was like, oh. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out how the world works.
I can tell you no one thought I was going to survive it, that's for sure.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, I was pretty wild.
And that's where we're at now, see if we can survive our teenage years.
Yeah, without... it never even occurred to me until you said it, Mike, that if the humans disappeared, all life might disappear, because I wasn't thinking about the nuclear... power plants all over the place, hundreds and hundreds of them that wouldn't. Look what happened in Fukushima. They fucked up and they didn't have gravity-fed water. They didn't anticipate the power going out, and now the oceans are irradiated. The chances of getting cancer have possibly almost doubled or something like that. So it's not good what we're doing to the planet. And looking to the sky for the sky people to come and save us, it ain't happening, dude. We're the ones we've been waiting for, So let's just grow the fuck up.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, Michael, I got another caller.
Take care, my friend.
All right, it's good to hear from you. Talk to you soon. Hey, Craig, I'm going to play a video. Hold on. Craig, I'm going to play a video. Hold on. I'll be right back. I got a video about, let's see. Okay, I got a video right here. You should see. Hold on.
New tonight, the father of an 8-year-old who was pepper sprayed during the May 30th protest in downtown Seattle is speaking out. The aftermath was captured on video. He's part of a group of people calling for an end to police using excessive force. KOMO's Tammy Mutasa is live downtown where the incident happened. Tammy?
Yeah, Mary, we just heard from the little boy's family a short time ago. They say that child is still traumatized after getting pepper sprayed. Now, the family says they were here in the Westlake area that fateful May day at the end of May, and they say that was before all the chaos and the looting started. And I want you to take a look at this video. It is very distressing to watch. That video showing the 8-year-old boy crying and screaming as people poured milk and water on the child's face after the family says he was pepper sprayed at a protest on May 30th. The boy's parents say they took him to what started as a peaceful rally to learn about the Black Lives Matter movement and to stand in solidarity with families who've been impacted by police violence like George Floyd. His parents say the child was standing with them when he got doused with pepper spray from Seattle police in his eyes and face. Seattle police say they are investigating. At the time, the Office of Police Accountability said it was one of the cases that got the most complaints. The child's father says he's been getting questions about bringing his son to the protest that started out peaceful, yet no one questions the people who took their children to reopening rallies.
No one questioned any of that when people had their children, their dogs, their guns, their flags in the background. No one questioned any of that. But a Black Lives Matter issue, why do you bring your kid? You're a bad dad. No, I'm not a bad dad. Not at all. Your kids just may not have to be subjected to the things that my children will have to be. So that's why I'm there.
We also heard from a woman who says she was shot in the face with a rubber bullet while she was walking back to her car after a protest that same day, and she had to have several surgeries in her eye. Now, attorneys for the family say this is why police have to be really careful, especially when they're dealing with protesters who are intending to be peaceful and have a right to be at peaceful protests. Attorneys say they will be planning on filing lawsuits on behalf of those families. Back to you.
Tammy, thank you very much.
And I want to know why that officer has not been identified and put on suspension, okay? Because that's some bullshit, pepper spraying, little boy. The story's been a little bit confusing. Originally, it was a 6-year-old girl, according to the Noose, and it's changed to a 7. It was, and then this afternoon it was a 7-year-old boy, and today it's an 8, and then tonight, this evening, it's an 8-year-old boy. I don't know. People are horrible with their details. Hello, caller.
What's up, Max? This is Kevin.
Hey, Kevin, how's it going, bro?
Pretty good. Has nobody learned their lesson from the Jussie Smollett incident? I mean, I'm from Chicago, and that story blew up.
Yeah, well,
everybody rushed to conclusion, and it turned out to be a hoax.
Oh, yeah,
There's a bunch of other examples like that.
I'm quite sure that Bubba Wallace had absolutely nothing to do with that. And I don't know if you think somehow that this guy who's at the top of living the dream would want to fuck up his life, but he ain't no Jesse Smollett. I can tell you that for sure.
Well, I didn't say he had anything to do with the Jesse Smollett thing. I'm just saying there's a lot of hoax going around. I mean, just recently there was some rope hanging in a park, and everybody said it was a noose. It turned out to be a swing, and the mayor still comes out and say, "No, we don't tolerate symbols of hate." But it was a swing. A black guy comes out and said he put it up there. He's like, "What are you guys freaking out about? I put it up there as a swing there." Everybody's causing a fit. Oh, there's KKK members putting up nooses, blah, blah, blah. I'm just saying you got to be careful with these things because it may very well be true some redneck came and put up this thing, but there very may well be a hoax too. So you never know because there's been a lot of hoaxes.
Well, yeah, no, look, I hear you, Kevin. This is what I see happening as far as the NASCAR story goes, is that there are cameras that cover absolutely every inch of the ground on that fucking racetrack, including the garage stalls. And I want to know why we haven't seen any video yet. If this is something that's happened, they obviously have. And not only why haven't we seen video, why isn't anyone in the media talking about the video that we should have seen by now? So I hear you. I know what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
That's a great point. You think if they had someone on video putting up a noose or whatever he put up, it would be first thing they exposed. But
right.
To me, it looks like another hoax because he knows the media is gonna buy into it. They're gonna hype it up. He spent freaking 4 days straight on ESPN. Everybody wants to know what's going on. What's going on? There's a noose, and they give him plenty of coverage. Probably gonna get another sponsorship deal because of this. It's insane. People got to realize it's a hoax, possibly a hoax. So let's not jump to conclusions, but that's my thoughts on that matter. I wanted to get to these protests because the people who think you're the little guy fighting the system, when the entire system is on your side, every major Fortune 500 company is totally with you. Every politician, every celebrity, athletes. I mean, there's soccer games in England with Black Lives Matter there, and they take a knee. What the heck does England have to do with Black Lives Matter in America? It's just all over the world. So when you think they're fighting the system, you should look who your allies are. And you got demonic celebrities paired in your.
And who is your allies? The police state?
Definitely not demonic celebrities in Hollywood.
The police state is your allies. Is that what you're saying?
So I'd rather have allies, blue-collar police officers than demonic celebrities.
Yeah, well, okay, you choose the police state over freedom. We got it.
No, I'm not choosing the police state. No one's agreeing with the police state, but if you think that you're fighting the system when the system is totally with you, then you're sadly mistaken.
What I think is that the system, the powers that be, do everything in their power to divide, and that you are buying into the division. What I think is that the powers that be do everything they can to spread fear, and that you are buying into, and that you know this, and that for whatever reason you still choose the fear and division over and police state over freedom.
No. That's not the case, Mark. The case is you got everybody on your side pushing this protest, pushing this Black Lives Matter, defending Antifa, when every prominent figure is freaking defending these people. All the lawyers, blue check mark Twitter brigade, they're all co-signing. Yeah, go out there, destroy. You got celebrities bailing out violent protesters. Protesters are going to destroy stuff, attack people. Celebrities are bailing them out. I mean, that's freaking fighting the system. You got billionaires funding and bailing out criminals. Doesn't look like you're fighting the system. Looks like you're part of the status quo. Looks like you're.
Yeah, it looks like you're siding with the police state, which is the status quo, doesn't it, Kevin?
No.
Yeah.
Everyday cops aren't police state.
What?
The police state is the FBI. The police state is the FBI, the CIA, the upper echelon.
The police state is the drug war, which is in every fucking neighborhood, in every fucking city, across the entire country. That's the police state.
No, the police state is the upper echelon.
No.
Blue collar
Incorrect.
cops,
That's
middle
incorrect.
income, middle class police officers, it's not the police state.
Of course it is. They enforce the police state every single day. It's what they do. Every single day, they enforce the police state.
As we've seen in Atlanta, a police officer is being charged for murder when a violent criminal attacks him, takes his taser, punches him, and tries to shoot him with the taser, and he's being charged with murder. I mean, that's police state. That guy's a police state actor.
They're terrified of letting it. That guy's gonna get away. Get away with what happened. He shot a man in the back running away from him that was no threat.
No. He shot a man that was shooting him.
He shot a man in the back that was running away from him. If he wasn't running after him.
After a violent criminal attacked him, then he was drinking and driving on top of it.
He shot, so he deserved to be died for that. Come on, dude. Look, this is.
No, he deserved when he punched the cop. He should have got killed right there. As soon as he punched the cop, he could have got shot. You don't punch a cop.
Yeah, well,
how stupid you have to be to
that's the
punch a
fucking
cop.
country you want to live in. Fine, okay. Why don't you move to fucking China, dude? Or Russia. They'll put you away for life for fucking not bowing down and licking cop boot every fucking second of every day. Don't tell me you don't stand with the police state. You can't wait to lick cop boot.
You're licking criminal boot.
No, I'm not. I'm standing with Americans. You're buying into fear and division.
No, he was a violent criminal who beat his children.
I'm not talking about one person. I'm not talking about one person. You want to talk about one person. I'm talking about a police state.
Yeah, some imaginary boogeyman, police state. Yeah, oh, this is imaginary boogeyman.
I've been talking about this for the last 17 years on YouTube and many, many years before that. It's clearly a police state. They listen to every fucking conversation. They record every conversation. They grab every text message. They have license plate readers everywhere. They know everywhere you go. Craig just fucking got an update on his Google phone. They just added a tracing app to it, a COVID-19 tracing app. Oh, we're not signing you up for anything. No, you're just adding a tracing app to my fucking phone so the government can watch every goddamn step I take. Okay? Yeah, it's a motherfucking
state. That's a surveillance state.
The surveillance state is part of the police state.
There's differences between everyday police officers and freaking CIA, FBI, and the intelligence community who spy on people. No one's condoning freaking those higher ups abusing their powers. We're talking about a police officer in Atlanta who was attacked.
No, we're not talking about a cop. We're not talking about a cop. We're talking about police departments fucking buying Stingray equipment, spending $300,000 to buy a Stingray, which it basically acts like a cell phone tower and intercepts telephone calls. Local police departments are doing that so they can spy illegally on their citizens. Okay? It is a motherfucking police state, and that's who you choose to stand with instead of the people.
Yeah, well, these police officers don't have any say in that. You're just saying all cops are bastards. I see the way you talk about cops. There's a lot of regular blue-collar cops who have nothing to do with that. All they do is follow protocol because that's what they do. That's their job. If they don't make laws, you better take it up with the lawmakers.
That's
Take it
what
up
we're
with the
doing.
lawmakers and the politicians.
That's what these people are doing. They're demanding that their representative government hear their voices. How new are you today?
No, they're not. They're getting bailed out by celebrities and billionaires.
Again, you're talking about one person, two person, three persons. You just put out boogeyman after boogeyman, fear, 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 divide, divide, divide. All you want is to lick boot, dude. Go ahead, lick boot the rest of your fucking life. No one gives a fuck. Be a bootlicker. Good choice.
No, you know who's dividing? It's the people who is funding this movement. That's who's dividing. The people who's funding this people, funding these communists in the street that are running crazy,
communists,
freaking destroying everything, causing mayhem. That's who's dividing. This is divide and conquer. The people who are in the streets causing mayhem, those are the people with the problem. They want to protest peacefully.
Yes, they have a giant fucking problem. It's called a police state, which they refuse to spend the rest of their lives breathing down their necks.
Well, what does that have to do with the Atlanta police officer?
I'm not talking about Atlanta police officer. You keep bringing up Atlanta.
Well, you're the one who said he was the cop was in the wrong, and the criminal was doing what was fine.
I didn't say that until you brought it up, and what I said was, you can't fucking murder someone running away from him. If you shoot someone running away from you in the back, that's murder.
He was shooting at the police officer with his taser. That's the problem.
The cops do that to each other for fun, to demonstrate how tasers work, in case you don't know.
No, the taser's considered a deadly weapon in Georgia. That same DA was talking about it.
Yeah.
A taser is considered a deadly weapon.
We're not talking about Atlanta. That's not what this is about.
No, that's not what you want to make it about, but that's a specific example.
It's what you want to make it about.
I mean, that's a specific example that we can all look to instead of this police state. Okay, yeah.
Police state is the drug war. Police state is fucking cops out of control who act like they can just push down a 75-year-old man and leave him laying on the sidewalk, fucking blood gushing from his head. Okay? That's your police state right there.
And what about the criminal that was passed out drunk in a Wendy's drive-thru? What about him when he could have killed somebody? Do you know how many people die from drunk driving every year? Oh, hell of a lot more people than police officers. A hell of a lot more people than police officers.
Alcohol is a horrible drug. 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 I've said that here on this channel maybe 1,000,000 times. It's a shit-ass drug. It's a slave drug. It's a horrible, horrible drug.
So maybe that guy in the drive-thru shouldn't have been drinking and driving. He shouldn't have resisted arrest. He shouldn't have punched the cop. Felony assault. He shouldn't have took the taser. Felony taking the taser. And he shouldn't have fired the taser at the police officer. I mean...
And maybe you shouldn't make this all about one guy, right? The millions of people in the street around the world. Maybe you shouldn't make the millions of people in the street around the world about one person.
I've seen the videos you posted and you defended. You thought the cops were out of line. You said you defended.
I just told you, you don't shoot someone in the back, asshole. Okay? I just told you that. Those words just came out of my mouth. Okay? The cops were wrong. That's murder. The guy's running away and they shoot him in the back. And then when he's lying on the ground, they walk over and they kick him to make sure that he's fucking dead. Fuck you. Yeah, that's murder. It's exactly what it looks like.
So what do you do when a cop is responding to a drunk driving incident? A guy's passed out behind the wheel. You try to arrest him. He fails the sobriety test. He fights you. What do? You just let him run off? He was already on parole. What do you do? Just let him run off?
And this is what we're talking about. We're talking about this police state where the guy's already on parole. He's planning a birthday for his daughter, and now he knows he's not going to be able to make the birthday for his daughter because the goddamn police state is already up his fucking ass, and now they're going to just fuck his world as much as they can. Okay? It's got to change. We have to have a better life.
Behind the wheel because he was drinking and driving. Tommy, you don't drink and drive. That's why you put other people's life at risk.
I don't fucking drink at all. It's a shit drug. It's a slave drug.
You're a fool.
Yeah, and so is anybody who drinks. Yeah, okay. I'm a fool. Good. You done, Kevin? That's what you got? Is that what you got? I've been called a lot worse by much better people than you, so you know.
Truck in a Wendy's drive-thru. Somebody called the cops. There's this fucking drunk just passed out.
Why don't you go lick boots somewhere else? You'll be much happier, dude.
You're a fool, Mox. You're defending a criminal thug with a rap sheet longer than...
I'm not talking about that. You're the asshole who won't shut up about it.
You're the one who just defended it, so it's murder.
Because you keep talking about it. You want to talk about it? Yes, it's fucking murder. Anybody who shoots somebody running away in the back is fucking murder. Duh. It's obvious.
No, he was defending himself because the other guy shot at him. He was shooting at him.
And it has nothing to do with these fucking people.
He was shooting at him. And another thing, another video you posted said something right-wing protesters are going in and you're trying to frame right-wingers with these left-wing communists. These right-wingers got nothing to do with it. It's a bunch of left-wing communists running rampant in the street. And I saw one of your videos trying to blame it on
It's a fucking quote from the video, dumbass. The video shows, there's quotes. It says, this may be a right-wing something, instigator or whatever. Okay, look, I'm simply quoting what they said in the video. Okay, I'm not blaming the right wing. In fact, I know the facts. The facts are it was two gangbangers. Now, they may have been right wing. I doubt it, but they may have. But they're two fucking wannabe gangster criminals who came and shot each other in downtown Seattle. Oh my God, I'm shocked. I never heard of such a thing ever before in the history of Seattle. Fuck, get a clue.
Yeah, and then they tried to block the cops from going in there and saving the dude's life.
They had already removed the person who was shot. Dumbass. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The cops showed up to clean up, and they didn't want the cops in there because they're worthless. Okay? The people that had been shot were already taken to the hospital.
The murderer was free. He didn't get caught. The murderer did not get caught.
They shot each other. They shot each other.
Yeah, the murderer is running free, though.
Two gangsters, two wannabe gangsters shot each other.
They sound pretty gangster to me if they're shooting people.
They shot each other. They shot rival gang members. What, you never heard of that before?
Yeah, that's your team. That's the people out in the street protesting against cops.
Yeah, that's what you would think, wouldn't you?
Not to mention that Raz dude, the warlord of...
Not to mention that they're fucking Americans and that you despise them in a proud American tradition, and you act like they're disgusting. You'd be much happier living in Russia. Go there. Fuck. Get a fucking clue, man.
It's a dead communist.
Go lick fucking cop boot somewhere else. Fuck. Retard! What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm not talking about Atlanta. These people aren't talking about Atlanta. You know who's talking about Atlanta? fucking Fox News. You know why? Because that cop's going to get off shooting a guy in the back and murdering him. So Fox News is going to make a big deal about it every fucking day. Go to fucking Fox News and talk about it there. Okay? Go lick cop boot on Fox News platform. They'll be very happy to have you because they're all a bunch of bootlickers there. So you know. Pentagon bootlickers, Trump bootlickers, and fucking copsuckers. So you know. You'll be much happier there. Go there. We don't need you here. Okay? You want to lick boot, go somewhere else to lick boot. Okay? It's not what we do here. We stand up tall and proud. We don't buy into the fear. We say stand with the people, not the divide. Bullshit! And then you want to tell me how I'm buying into the programming? Fuck you. Okay, the programming is fear. You come out here, you call, you go, fear. You call, you go, divide. Okay? Fucking stupid. You are buying into the programming. You are drinking Kool-Aid by the gallon. That is a stupid fucking idea, and you all know the truth. You all know it's about divide, don't you? You all know that's the programming. We've watched it. We've talked about it. Long before anybody ever heard the name George Floyd, we talked about the fear programming, the divide programming, the people coming together. We talked about it and talked about it and talked about it way before COVID-19. We talked about it and talked about it. And somehow, you guys apparently didn't get the fucking message. Right? Is that right? Is that what I'm understanding? What the fuck is happening here? Let's see. Hold on. Okay, got it. Alright. Almost got a phone. Hold on. Almost got a phone. Alright, got a phone. Alright, got a phone. And the number is 2066. No, I'm sorry. It's 805-669-6397. It's right there on the screen. 805-669-6397. Feel free to call anytime. Again, I don't know why you can't see the divide. Okay? We've talked about it for years. I don't know why you can't see the fear. You know that's what the programming says to do. It says, turn to the fear. Over and over again. Coronavirus, terrorist, fear. Russia, fear. ISIS, fear. Right? You know the programming is to divide the people. You know it is. You know 100% beyond a shadow of a doubt. That's what the programming is. And then you look at me and tell me how I'm buying into it. I'm buying into the fear programming. Is that right? I'm buying into the divide programming. Is that right? These things are obvious. And you're acting like you don't get it. Just all of a sudden, the blinders go up. I can't hear what you're saying. Really? That bad? You know the programming is to divide. Fear. And I'm the one buying into it. Is that right? That's the way you see it? Alright, so we got Portland on the screen here. They have, I believe that is the courthouse across the street from the park. and I believe that's it. And we have 11:21 on the West Coast. So usually they start to harass the protesters right around 11:30, right after the news goes off the air. But we'll wait and see what's happening for a few more minutes to make sure that we don't have a big problem here with the protesters. The protesters are not brutalized once again by police, over intrusive, comply or die, police state goons. We'll see what happens. We'll keep a close eye on it here for a minute. If anybody wants to call again, the number is 805-669-6397. And otherwise, everything looks pretty chill. I mean, it looks like there's an awful lot of people in the street in Portland. Yeah, that's a lot of people still there. So we'll watch this for a little bit. They won't stick around much longer, but usually, like right after the news goes off the air, the cops have a tendency to go all aggro. I think that must be close to shift change or something, and they're like, "Fuck it, man. I'm not gonna stand in these damn jackboots for another 2 hours." So they usually start shooting them with rubber bullets. They have some kind of thing where they've said they won't use the tear gas anymore in Portland. But I've seen them drop the flashbangs at the very least, and it seems like they use some kind of gas on the protesters, whether it just be a smoke bomb or whatever it was. They definitely have been dropping some kind of gas. Hello, caller.
Hey, is this Mike?
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, it's Michelle. How you doing?
I am good, Michelle. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Just thought I'd call in and just touch base with you.
Right on. Did you have a nice weekend?
Yeah, it was. It was, and now I'm back on 6 days, so it's like, ooh, I'm glad I enjoyed it while I could.
Yeah, good deal.
Yeah. I was listening to your calls and stuff. My goodness.
It's everybody's stressed out and tense and full of anxiety, and the mainstream media is going rabid with anything they can go with, and so everybody's jacked up. But I just can't stand this fear stuff, and I can't stand the divide of the people. You gotta stand with the people, and you gotta just recognize the programming, man. The programming is to be afraid. The programming is to be afraid, and if you recognize it, you're probably way ahead of the game.
And you can tell the ones who are buying into it, the ones who haven't really realized what's going on.
It's weird because they'll go, oh, fake news, and then all of a sudden, oh no, we have to listen to every fucking word the news says.
They want their cake and eat it too. That's all there is to it. Everything is true, and the hell with you if you don't agree. That's not how it works.
It's like the Bible with Christians. They pick and choose the parts they like.
And they can interpret it any which way they want, whichever they see fit.
Yeah.
It's like the same thing where you're not supposed to eat shellfish. Who's out there eating lobster, steak, shrimp, everything else, you name it. But they don't want to, say anything about that because, hey, I like my lobster. Yeah. But I'm Christian, but this one I choose not to follow. It doesn't make any.
I mean, there's stuff in the Bible about not shaving the hair from your face, I mean, it's pretty. It's weird too because a lot of people throughout the years have called me Jesus and stuff like that, and I just keep thinking, these are the people that would immediately fucking crucify Jesus if Jesus came down here, and people they would just so crucify Jesus. I mean, just like because it wouldn't be what they were expecting, it wouldn't be like filled with hate, for homos and shit like that,
Oh. And that's why whenever anybody's calling in saying they're religious and all this and that, it's like, wait for it.
Yeah.
Next thing you, they're cussing like a freaking sailor, bashing everybody, judging everybody.
Yeah.
And it's just like, well, wait a minute, is okay with people getting shot in their back? Like, what? They're like, what are they supposed to do? Like your last caller says, what are they supposed to do? Well, the police should fucking not shoot them in the back, and they have all this information, for fuck's sakes. Why shoot them in the back? If you can't catch him, there'll be another fucking day that you'll catch his ass.
Yeah.
You know, or that night. You know, and he's drunk, he's not going to go very far. But people are okay with, well, he was drunk, he was running away, he should get shot. This is not about, you're the judge and jury, motherfucker.
Right.
And that's the problem that everyone is having. That's why you have all these protests. Because of shit like that happens. Who are you to say that he should be fucking shot and killed because he was drunk driving? Yes, there are laws, and we break the laws, and then we get punished. Eventually, the arm of the law catches you. But now they're so fucking lazy into doing any kind of investigation, they just want to shoot you right on the spot. And then just fucking, okay, case closed. He's dead because he fucking was drunk. Okay. And yeah, it looks like they're going to get away with that shit. And
yeah.
The guy on your last call, man, oh my God. What are they supposed to do? How about not kill Americans? How about that, you fucking dick?
Don't shoot people running away. And they're trained not to shoot people running away. It's part of the basic training, you know. If somebody's running away from you, your life is not threatened. Don't shoot them in the back. That's murder.
Man, even on Dukes of Hazzard, Bo and Luke Duke never got shot by fucking Roscoe P. Coltrane.
Right,
thing.
Right.
And now everybody's all like, yes, they should be shot. Let it be your family member. Do you feel the same way? But maybe, you know, they're blessed that they don't get in trouble, or they're fucking hermits that never go out in public. But it's like, you've got to know somebody that's gotten, you know, fucking murdered like that. And for what? You broke the law. Okay, it's not a death sentence, for fuck's sakes, man. They let pedophiles out of fucking jail and keep fucking people that have a little ounce of marijuana or even a fucking gram of marijuana in jail for years and years. It's like, what's fucked up is the system. And for these fucking assholes that keep fucking, you know, bootlicking motherfuckers who act like, well, it's okay, it's justified, they were running away. No, you fucking buffoon. You do fucking need to live in Russia. You need to live in Iran if you like that kind of shit. But that's not supposed to happen here in this fucking land of ours.
Right,
it's not their motherfucker, it's ours.
We don't execute people in the street here. It's not an acceptable way.
And it's scary when you hear people that, you know, have that opinion that it's okay and try to justify it.
It's scary. I agree.
That's the freaky part. Like, dude, people like you are running loose, you know, amongst us and, you know, in society. Like, you're fucking scary as they are. You know, because he would be one to where he would help the cops fucking kill somebody and wouldn't have a problem with it because he would justify it. You know, hey, I was just, you know, keeping the public safe and bootlicking like a motherfucker. You know, people like that is scary because, man, it shows you their intent. Their intent is not about us being, you know, free and live our own lives and not being harassed by the cops. This guy is like, you fuck up, you fucking steal a pack of gum, you're dead.
Yeah.
You know, you fucking, you know, you do anything, you're dead. Boom. It's like, what where do you live?
You look at the cops sideways. They should be able to kill you in the street.
No, because back then, if somebody got away, okay, you got other information. For fuck's sakes, man, you got the fucking car. You can find out where he's at easily. You know, it's like, where's he gonna go drunk? He's gonna go home and fucking try and sleep it off and think that I got away. You know, knock, knock, knock. Hello, we're here to pick up so and so. But you don't just get fucking killed like that. When they're running away, let them run away. What the fuck? Can you be more of a fucking coward ass fucking pig?
You know, Michelle, yeah, he probably would have ran for like another block and a half and had been tired out and fucking stopped running, you know? I mean, so, I mean, you don't have to, and again, none of this is about one guy. you know. But these people, they want to focus on one person. Like at first it was all about George Floyd, and now I'm sure that Fox News is focusing on this thing because they know how divisive it is. Everybody saw, you know, oh, he took their taser and he shot it at them. You know, I mean, it's so, you know, incredibly obvious. You know.
Yeah, but a taser is not a deadly weapon. That's why they can use it on us.
Right, but again, they get to use this. But they'll use this. You know what I'm saying? This is what they're going to do, and we see Fox News doing it. I mean, they're gonna harp on this case because they know that this case is probably gonna get I don't know. But you know what I'm saying? They're because they know it's divisive. They know people are gonna go, yeah, that guy shot at them. He didn't shoot at them. Give me a fucking break.
That's why they hold on to stories like this.
Yeah.
You know, because they feel justified.
And it's not about this. It's not about one story. You know, this is about this giant fucking movement around the world of people tired of being over-policed, you know?
Yeah. And that's it. It's all around the world. It's like it's not just us that's doing this. Everybody's sick and tired of it. Everybody sees what's going on now, and they're fed up. They're fed up with people getting killed because you didn't turn on your turn signal. You know, Sandra Bland over here in Texas.
You didn't shut off your high beams when you passed us.
And she fucking died. You know? And it's like, you know, why is that okay?
Right.
You know, but
Sandra Bland died because she didn't use her turn signal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then to some people, what? Well, it's the law. You gotta fucking use your turn signal. They'll justify it. And as stupid as it sounds, people will actually fucking, you know, to my last breath, I will say, if she used her turn signal, she wouldn't have died.
Yeah.
Like, what is wrong with people that have that frame of mind? I don't understand it. And I just like, you know, you can't even say, you know, hopefully they'll wake up someday because they're too far gone. If they're right now, they're all just, you know, oh, it's all about the cops. You know, the cops are good guys. They're good guys. No, they're not. You know, it's like they say, you know, well, maybe there's a couple that are bad or whatever. They're in a position to where every day has to be a good fucking day because lives are at stake. So they can't go into work and say, I have a bad day today, so I'm going to take it out on everybody. They can't do that. When they have that position, it's prestigious to have that position, to know that we can trust you as a civilian. I can trust you to protect me. And I can protect you. And you know what? And it's got to be consistent. It can't be, well, I only had one bad day. Okay, so that one bad day that you had, you killed somebody, but you didn't get in trouble, so is there going to be another day? Not one death should be still out there policing the streets. But yet they resign and go to another state, and then they're a cop over there. They kill somebody there. They'll resign and duplicate somewhere else.
Right.
They are not held accountable.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's why to change that shit, what I would do is say from now on, if you kill someone, you're going to be out, no pay, until we figure out if you're guilty or not. And if you are found guilty, you will lose everything that you have, and you pay that goddamn fine. You pay how much you owe them in a civil suit, not us, not the taxpayers. Yeah. And let's see if that changes something. When you know, if you're going to be trigger happy, bitch, you get ready to lose everything you have. I don't give a fuck if you have a family. Just like you don't give a fuck of that person that you just fucking killed, murdered for no reason. You should lose everything too, just like their family just lost somebody because you were trigger happy.
Right. I agree.
We need fucking laws like that for the taxpayers not to pay their fucking lawsuits. Why do I have to pay lawsuits? It feels like I'm okaying their behavior by paying taxes for these lawsuits that I would never condone. You know?
Yeah, Michelle, I think that the taxpayers should absolutely not have to pay for, you know, cops committing murder. You know, it's just not right.
Yeah, let alone tell them that you're gonna be off work, you know, paid leave. Why are you giving them paid leave? No, you're suspended without pay until we figure this out. And if you did it and you were, right about it, okay, then you can get your back pay. But other than that, why am I giving you a fucking 2 weeks vacation? To do what? How are they going to learn there? They're just going to be able to fucking go out and do it again because somebody is tired of working, so they want 2 weeks off. Boom, I know you guys got my back, right? DA, fucking prosecutor, judge, you all got my back, right? Yep. And that's why we have this problem that we have. And it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous to have people like that who are supposed to look out for us, but then they're the ones that we try to run away because it's panic. It's fucking gonna happen because it's like your normal reaction. You're freaking out because, and now the dude's drunk. So he's gonna freak out and he's gonna panic. So the first thing he would think of is, let me run because I've seen a lot of people get killed for less than that, so let me just run. They won't shoot me in my back, right? Jesus Christ. For all they know, he was gonna run around the block, come back to the fucking restaurant, and get his car. They don't know what he was gonna do, but to fucking kill him just like that and act like, oh, just another day. It's fucking appalling. I'm just so disgusted.
Yeah.
And yet people wonder what about this protesting.
Yeah, people wonder why I get so fucking heated when they're, justifying murder and just acting like this is how things should be. I mean, it's just so unacceptable to think that. I just played a video. I don't know if you saw it, Michelle, of a 7-year-old boy getting pepper sprayed in the face by Seattle police.
Yeah,
and I mean, if you can't see that this is unacceptable, if that's not unacceptable to you, seeing that kid scream in pain because the cops fucking sprayed pepper spray right in their face, it's just horrible. There's something seriously wrong with you, and you don't like America. You should really go somewhere else, some police state. You don't like freedom, and that's what these people are fighting for. So you don't want to fight for freedom. That's fine, but don't hinder these people from trying to make a better world, man, for little kids, so little kids don't have to get pepper sprayed in the face.
Right, and I caught that the justification, like he said, the dad had said, well, you shouldn't have brought your kid to a protest. And it's like, that's the reality of their lives. That's what they see all the time. So why wouldn't they take them to a peaceful protest? They didn't know that the fucking police were going to go fucking nuts.
We're not supposed to have to be afraid of the police. We're not supposed to have to. They're supposed to be the good guys. The little kids. What little kids are supposed to be terrified by police? I thought the police want them to be thought of as the good guys.
Yeah.
So why don't they get on the same page as these protesters so we can start to think of them as the good guys? Because that's not what they really want, is it, Michelle?
And that's what I'm saying. The fucking caller was justifying it, saying, well, you should have took your kid there. And that's what they're going to hold on to. Yeah. Not exactly what he's trying to teach his son. You're trying to teach his son that you stand up for what's right. You stand up for what actually is against us and what's hurting us, Yeah. That's what you do. You voice, that's our First Amendment. We have this right, son. Yeah. And the other people would just be like, they're a horrible dad. He was a horrible dad. How dare he take them here and there? And it's like, what is wrong with you? I mean, how are you so, the only reason, they don't give a shit about that kid. They don't care that kid got pepper sprayed. All they do is blame the fucking dad because he brought the kid there. They didn't blame the police that got out of control and did that to the kid. They blamed the dad. Once a bootlicker, always a bootlicker. And that's how they justified that shit by saying, well, the dad shouldn't have fucking brought him there. And it's like, no, you motherfucker, you can take your kid anywhere in the United States of America and not feel threatened, can't you not?
Shouldn't you be able to?
I would think.
Yeah.
I would think. And these people just fucking, and that's what shows me that when they say the parents should be at fault, it shows me that they don't give a fuck about the kid or the dad or anything, whatever, whoever they are, whatever, because all they're going to do is justify it as, let's overlook color and let's just think he shouldn't have brought the kid there. It's his own damn fault. It shows you where people really stand if you read between the lines,
Yeah, I agree, Michelle.
Yeah, so it's like, you waste your time, and yet you know, you've gone rounds with these folks and stuff, and it's like you can almost tell that they don't care.
They don't care.
You know, you had Daniel fucking growling and being a fucking pirate and and all this shit, and it's just like, dude, you know, he talks about loving you and all this and that, and then turns around and just like, what? I don't know, man. I don't know. This guy's shit. Then he goes back incognito on the chat, and Jennifer is like, dude, why are you hiding? It's like, stand for whatever you believe in. If you're going to stand for it and talk shit on the phone, then be on the chat as Daniel. Why are you hiding behind your wife? You know, it's ridiculous. I don't know. These people are just like, oh, gosh. But I just wanted to call and just touch base with you. And, oh, did you see fucking the rally Trump had in Oklahoma?
Yeah. Bunch of people.
I fucking left my ass off.
Bunch of
That's
people.
what you get, bitch. That's what he gets for fucking doing that on Juneteenth, knowing it was the biggest fucking mass murder of Black Wall Street there in Oklahoma, you fucking cocksucker.
Yeah.
That's what he gets.
Yeah.
That was funny as fuck, man. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was it's interesting. You know, I can't wait until like 3 weeks from now when they start talking about how half of those people got sick with the COVID.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh my god.
Because
that was shit. They didn't care about it before, you know. They're all, everybody wear a mask. There was only one dude in there that was wearing a mask. I'm just like, okay, we'll see what happens there. But,
and if it's perfectly into their fear shit, so you know, you can't be around people, you know, so they're gonna hype it every bit they can. It'll be interesting in a couple of weeks here to see how that works out for them.
Yeah, it'll be hilarious, all right. But all right, Mike. Well, I just wanted to touch base with you and just see how you're doing, and it's good talking to you. I just have an opinion about, you know, what else should they do? Maybe not shoot people in the back for starters. How about that? You know?
Yeah, it seems like a real basic place to start, huh, Michelle?
It's just a thought, Mike. You know, I was just sitting here and it just hit me. It was like fucking light bulb came up, and I was like, huh? Maybe they don't shoot people in the back. Like, well, that, you know, that'd be strange, but I think it would work. What do you think?
You know, that just might work, Michelle.
Good God, man. I better put a patent on that shit.
You are seriously thinking outside the box here, girl.
I know, man, but I'm hugging the line. Yeah, it's crazy. But, you know, I just pray for everybody and just, you know, always want good stuff to happen to everybody. And maybe someday they'll be inspired by something that happens to their immediate family and realize, oh, now I see what they're talking about. Maybe someday. You know, but until then, those people like that need to really be hermits, stay in your house because you're fucking up society. You and that fucking attitude of just because it says Black Lives Matter, you guys want to fucking, you know, say, well, all lives matter. It's like you always have to make it about you, motherfuckers. You guys don't understand what it stood for. Maybe in the beginning it started out as, you know, somebody, whatever, started to organize it and they were corrupt or whatever. But the majority of people are saying that Black Lives Matter, meaning that nobody should be abused or fucking murdered by the police. Any race, all lives do matter. But to go up there and fucking act like, okay, I want to say all lives matter, but yet you won't stand up for Black Lives Matter when you know that they're abusing them. You know that they're abusing them. You know that they're headhunting them. You know that the majority of them are in the fucking jails.
And you're being this petty little person who's like, you know, oh, I have a technicality, so I don't have to support that. You know, that doesn't involve me. No, I don't have anything to do with that. You know, I mean, give me a break, okay? I mean, it's like, you know, obviously all lives matter, obviously, including Black lives, and Black people have felt so mistreated in this country that maybe they need to explain that they are included in all lives matter. Right?
Exactly, Mike. They need a reminder of that because obviously people have forgotten about that. and how they say, you know, well, they want reparations and stuff like
Right.
that. It's like it should be right to the fucking the ancestors of the actual slaves. It's not going to be to where they're just going to give money to any black person.
And who
It's gonna
cares
be
if they do? I mean, big deal. What? Why is that so horrible?
right. But what I say is the fact of when people are fucking thinking of that, they're just thinking of, you know, you can't give them anything. It's like, do you guys understand? You know, they're like, okay, give them the reparations and a ticket to Africa. And those motherfuckers, I tell you, why don't you take your fucking happy ass back to England then? Because you don't belong here either. If you all motherfuckers want to talk about black and white, you know, what I seen on the chat, well, then take your ass back to England because the Native Americans were here first, motherfuckers. So don't even act like you belong here. The slaves fucking, at least they did something. What did you guys do? Just fucking rape and pillage and kill anybody that didn't look like you. You know, so don't fucking be on a high horse acting like you're all that and saying, yeah, fucking let's just get rid of them, give them money and fucking take them back to Africa. Motherfucker, take your happy ass to fucking England and let us all stay here who were here from the get-go.
You know what? It's just the division, Michelle. I mean, we have to move beyond the division, even if the petty little bootlickers refuse to do so. You know.
Well, yeah, because some people say that, well, it was good that Christopher Columbus discovered America. That bitch was lost.
And he didn't. He was lost, and he didn't discover America. The Vikings discovered America.
And you see, and then they fucking turn around and say that, well, they should be happy. The indigenous people should be happy because they didn't have capital. You know, they didn't capitalize anything. They haven't made any stores or anything like that. And I was like, bitch, but they were happy living off the land. They didn't need corporate to come in here. They were fine and happy until y'all came and fucking stole the whole goddamn land from them.
They had a good life of plenty, Michelle.
Yes, and fucking clear waters that you could just fucking go in there and take, you know, drink it right from the lakes and everything, you know, food, you know, from the animals there, and they took care of the land and everything. And look, they fucking come in and turn this whole fucking beautiful fucking land of ours into a hellhole. Now we got nothing but fucking problems everywhere, and I wonder why. Because of these multi-fucking corporations that are poisoning our waters, just like when Trump said, you know, it's okay for these coal mines to empty their sludges into the lakes as long as we're still in this pandemic. They can do whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah.
And that kind of went by the wayside because they were talking about everybody dying.
Yeah.
So all that shit was behind,
Fear,
it was like a pay attention to the pandemic. Don't listen to what we're putting in the Facebook now.
Yeah.
You know, we're not doing anything here, nothing to see here. Because I know, bitches, when all our fucking waters are poisoned, it's like, where are you gonna make water? Because like people don't think about that shit, but this fucking presidency has really corrupt everything that's fucking up our ozone, our waters, our lakes, everything, man. It's just horrible. And hopefully, you know, it'll change, but
it's got to change, Michelle. We don't have much choice in the matter, so.
This is the only place we got, buddy.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, this is the only place we got. You know, those rich people that are fucking up our environment, that are making all these pipelines through all these, you know, indigenous fucking territories, and we don't even benefit from these pipelines. It's to outsource our fucking, you know, shit to everybody else. You know, we don't get no profit, but we pay all the risk by leaking pipes and cracked pipes that go into water and then or in the land and nobody knows until later. Well, oh my God, 800,000, you know, barrels of oil just leaked into the water. It's like, oops.
Right.
So we don't even benefit from that.
No.
And these rich motherfuckers, they can get up and move and live anywhere in the world they want to.
And they do.
This is the only place we got. This is the only place I got.
Right.
I can't get up and fucking move into another fucking country because this is all I have. And so all these fucking big corporations that are poisoning our land and our waters, we need to stand up to them. Because they're fucking everything up.
And that's a big part of what's happening here, Michelle. This is just starting, and I'm sure that's on the agenda here. You know.
Yeah, I hope so. And for everybody's sake, too, they need to pay attention to that shit because that's all the fucking fresh water we have.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
we allow them to keep on doing this shit now. You know,
Yeah.
I called my Congress and everything and fucking told them that, you know, and tell them how I'm appalled that they're gonna fucking go ahead and loosen up the EPA fucking and just do whatever the fuck you want. It's a free for all. It's like, my God, they already stole. They had the biggest bank robbery of America, the first stimulus package, and then now, other than that, now they're destroying our fucking land and don't even give a fuck about it.
Michelle, I'm sorry, babe. I gotta take a break.
No worries.
All right,
brother.
Okay, talk to you soon. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye.
That's our buddy Michelle from Texas, and I want to play a clip for you, and I'll be right back.
Now here's a live look in Tacoma, where a rally is just getting underway. This is right outside the Tacoma Police Headquarters. You got quite a crowd there with signs lined up on the sidewalk. Organizers are calling it a peaceful protest for police accountability. That after the death of Manuel Ellis. Manny Ellis died in Tacoma police custody on March 3rd. They're also calling for body cams for all Tacoma police officers. We'll keep watching this.
New tonight, in about an hour, a crowd will gather at Seattle's Magnuson Park to hold a vigil for Charlena Lyles, who was shot and killed by Seattle police 3 years ago today. Family members of nearly 24 people who've died during situations involving police across the country, including Lyles, gathered in Seattle today to call for change and accountability. KOMO's Steve McCarran is live at Magnuson Park to talk about what they want to see get done. Steve?
Yeah, Lyles' cousin, you see her behind me here in the purple shirt, says she expects at least several hundred people to come out here for this vigil tonight. As you can see, the setup is currently underway on the field behind the building where Lyles lived. 3 years after her death, her family tells me they still don't know what actually happened back on June 18th, 2017. And tonight they want answers.
I'm mad.
I'm sorry, that is not the video I thought it was. That's okay. We want to keep another look here for a minute on the Portland. And if anybody wants to call, the line is open. It's 8. Yeah.
Press 1 to take this call.
Oops. Hello, caller.
Hey, I'm a fan of you.
Okay. What's your name?
Eli?
Eli? Have you been watching for a while?
Yeah, I'm watching a stream right now. I see people chatting.
Right on. All right, hey, so what do you think about all these people in the street, Eli?
It's a lot, though. It's a lot.
It's a lot. There's no doubt. There's people around the world, millions and millions of them.
Yeah, it's a lot, though.
So where are you calling from?
I won't tell you right now.
Okay, that's fine. Is there something that you wanted to talk about?
I make speaker videos, by the way, with my 30-watt amp.
Right on. Good. It's good to create.
Yeah, I'm on my PC right now, and I see everybody crowding around.
Crowding around? Well, I mean on the video stream?
Yeah.
Well, they're protesting the police.
Oh boy.
Yeah, huh?
I like how everybody's chatting. Look on your chat. Look on your chat.
Uh-huh. Okay. What's happening on my chat? I don't see what's happening. What about it? All right. Oh, he hung up. He hung up. I didn't hang up on him. Well, thanks for calling, Eli. It's nice to hear from you. If anybody else wants to call, it's 805-669-6397. Again, we're going to watch this Portland here for a minute. Just to make sure that the police don't decide to go all cray-cray on the protesters. It looks like it's thinning out, which is good. That would give means less chance of the police going crazy. Yeah, people are headed out. Okay. So hopefully it's gonna chill out here in the next few minutes. People are spreading out. All right. So, we do this show every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. So that means we'll be back here tomorrow at the same Mox time, same Mox channel. So be sure and make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Make sure that that you have the notification bell rung properly so that you never miss out on a Mox News video. And if you're new to Mox News, there are over 11,000 videos on this one YouTube page. And I have hand-selected each and every one of those videos. So if you have the time and you're looking for something to check out, there's a lot of very interesting things to see on this one Mox News YouTube page. And I guarantee that I have selected those videos to be worthy of your viewing time. So, trying to see what's going on here. It looks like, I can't tell if people are just backing away from the police a little bit because the police issued some warning, or if they're just deciding to go home. It looks like they walked away a little bit and then they kind of turned around and are waiting. But I'm not sure. Definitely thinning out, but I'm not sure if the people just moved back or what's happening. I think that they're going home. Which would be a good plan. Nobody got hurt. We did our little protest. We made our little walkabout in Portland. It looks like a very nice walkabout in Portland. If anybody's looking for somewhere to spend a weekend, you might want to go to Portland and go on a nice walkabout there with like 20,000 other people. Doesn't that sound like fun?
To press 1 to take this call.
Hello, caller. Hello? Well, I said hello multiple times. But regardless, again, it looks like things are thinning out in Portland. We'll keep a watch here for a minute just to make sure the police aren't going to be all, you know, because a lot of times when it starts, looks like the crowd starts to thin out, the police, the Portland guys drop a fucking flashbang grenade and everybody comes back. Twice as many people. But they look pretty chill. And they're not wearing any kind of mask, any kind of gas mask or like surgical mask. But mainly gas mask, that's the main thing. They're not wearing the gas mask, so that means that it's much less likely that they're going to be using the chemical weapons on the people, which is good. But they seem to have backed up and waited. It's like they're waiting for the police to do something here now. It's like something's about to happen. Right? The people backed up and now they're waiting for something to happen. I wonder what they're waiting to happen. I bet the police made their little announcement. They do it every night around 11:30ish. They announce that this is now an unlawful assembly. All peaceful protesters are instructed to leave the premises. Those that are not left, those that do not leave will be subject to police brutality and arrest. So I can't tell if they're leaving or not, but it looks like they are. Anyways, as I was saying, every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time, we do the live call-in show. So
you need to press 1 to take this call.
Hello, caller.
Your caller just hung up.
All right. So every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time, we do the live call. I'm gonna hold on. I'm not gonna go anywhere because it seems like the protesters here in Portland haven't left. They simply backed off the police line a little bit. So I want to make sure what we see happening here. But the police aren't wearing gas masks, so they're not going to be using any kind of chemical weapon to disperse them. No pepper spray. They might use flashbangs, but I don't know. We're just gonna watch it. It seems like, everything's pretty fucking chill there. I don't know why they would use anything at this point. There's so few people. Just let them go home, man. Just let them go home. That's the way this is headed. All right. So again, we do this every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time, which means we will be back tomorrow. Same Mox time, same Mox channel. And until then, remember, stay cool, because one of these days, this war is going to end. Stay cool till that day.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift.
It doesn't look like it's about to go down to me, Wilco. It looks like they're about to go home, right? Isn't that what's happening? The police are now getting in their cars and going home. You think they're going to go chase these people? Is that what you think is going to happen? Wilco says it's about to go down. Let's see if it's about to go down. It looks like they're driving away to me. Doesn't look like it's about to go down to me. Looks like it's about to go home. Looks like everybody's about to go home. I don't see no it's about to go down. Shit. Wilco. So you know. That's not what I see. Where's it going down at? I don't see much. What do you mean I don't see much? I see people full of fear in the chat. That's for sure. What? What is it that's about to go down? I don't see anything going down. I see people walking down the street. I don't see anything going down. But we waited to see if something was going down, and I don't see anything going down. So we'll be back tomorrow. Same Mox time, same Mox channel. I look forward to seeing you all then. Thanks very much for tuning in.